Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our council meeting of Wednesday, December 20th, 2023. Sort of wrapping things up for this year. We have a published agenda that was on our website, so we'll be starting off with that for today. And before that, we'll stand and sing our national anthem. Again, welcome everyone, and welcome council and staff, press. We have some guests, viewing public. Welcome again. They say Christmas is coming. I guess in 5 more days, we'll be sitting around doing what we do on that particular holiday. I was just going to say it's, when the Christmas holidays does come along, it's time to take that break and spend time with family and friends. So you don't need to be told to do that, but if you can do that, that's always the best time. All right, so we do have an agenda that was published on our website. Are there any additions or deletions to that agenda? All right, if none is suggested, I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Allen, Councillor Dubik, all in favor? That is carried. All right, so since we have an approved agenda, do we have any open forum delegates to you, I guess, clerk or Madam Clerk or Deputy Clerk, sorry.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor McQueen. We have one person registered to speak during open forum. Is Scott Genevieve, or sorry, my apologies, Genevieve Scott.
Genevieve Scott, yeah.
As speaking on 2 planning files, Z44 and Z48.
Z48, okay. I'll wait till that gets queued up then.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for allowing me to just have a couple of points I wanted to make today with respect to primarily to the Mr. Davies application that will be considered today. I actually had noted to my staff that I wanted to just be registered as an observer, but I'm registered as a panelist, so I might as well speak to it just briefly. I've had an opportunity to review Mr. Rabke's report and his recommendation for approval of the official plan amendment and zoning for that application. I certainly concur with that recommendation. As the staff report notes, in order to ensure basically as an additional protection, Mr. Davies has agreed through the rezoning process to include a requirement for a tertiary septic system on the new lot, which will be implemented through the subject official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment today. So that, in addition to the findings of the environmental impact assessment, have concluded that there will be no impact with respect to the natural heritage features on the site or on Lake Eugenia itself. I just wanted to point out as well to council that Mr. Davies has received some letters of support from his neighbors in regard to the application, which were forwarded to staff for consideration, and that there has been no public concern noted to date with respect to this application either. So I wanted to make those points, and that's all for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I guess my question only to you is when we get to that part of the file, if there's any further conversation, are you going to be available if council wishes to speak to you? Oh, maybe she's gone.
If the procedural permits that, yes.
It would have to be a change to our procedure bylaw, but it has happened in the past, so.
Okay, yes. At that time,
You're sort of, I don't know if you're driving or whatever, but it was sort of glitchy there, but I think we got most of what you had said there, so thank you for that. One last check, are there any other individuals wish to speak in open forum? I'm Deputy Clerk, okay. All right, so moving on to item 4, the agenda, declaration of pecuniary interest. Is there anyone to declare on council today on the agenda? Okay, one does arise, you can declare at that time as well. We have the minutes of December 6th, 2023. Would somebody care to move those minutes? Councillor Allwood, Council Deputy Mayor Nielsen. Any discussion on those? That the minutes of December 12th, 2023 of council be adopted as circulated. All in favor? That is carried. All right, so moving into delegations, we have the pedestrian safety study, RJ Burnside, and I see Henry is at the back. So Chris, I don't know if you wish to introduce our individual, if there's any presentation, or how would you wish to move forward?
Thank you, Mayor Queen, and through you to council. Yeah, so this is a report that basically, study that came through the 2023 budget process. The summer has the consultants did their research and presented the report. Staff reviewed that report and I requested some updates to it. It does include the crossing guard. I think it was in 2022, there was through the budget process of a study for crossing guards. The consultant Henry will speak to a little bit about that. It was somewhat of a challenge based on the summer. Obviously July and August, kids were not in school. And then we started 1st of August in Flesherton with the construction of the connecting link. So that was a bit of a challenge for them to actually identify some additional possible PXOs or crossing guard requirements. Burnsides and I have discussed that maybe we should revisit that area. And I think it's in his recommendations in the report, the study as well, that we revisit that come the spring, when obviously the pedestrian flow of traffic would hopefully resume to what it was before. So that's kind of the only outlier item. It's a very large document. There's a lot in there. There's a lot of implications. The staff report that's coming up after Henry's presentation has gave council some considerations, i.e. accept it for information and or make recommendations, changes, or move it to a committee of the whole for a more in-depth look at the overall study. As again, there's a lot of recommendations and there's a lot of implications around those recommendations. So for that, I'll leave it to Henry to go through his presentation, and I'm sure he'll be able to answer some general questions that staff might have or council have at this time.
Okay, thanks, Chris. I don't know any questions at this point to our director. Okay. Welcome, Henry, and Merry Christmas to you.
Yes, welcome. And good morning. Good morning. My name is Henry Senton. I'm with Burnside and Associates, Senior Transportation Engineer. And we were asked, Burnside was asked to prepare a pedestrian safety study for the municipality, which we undertook in 2023. And I'm here today to, it's a draft at this stage, and we're here to answer any questions you may have on the study, as well as to get some input to put into the finalization of this study. And as Chris has mentioned, a part of it probably will need to wait until next spring, and we can always finalize the study at that point, or we can have a separate addendum to the study at that point. I'd like to go through the PowerPoint that was distributed to council. And I believe you're going to trigger that. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, so the agenda for our presentation is laid out there. We are talking a bit about the purpose of the study, the background review that we undertook in this study, the active transportation guidelines that are available from the province and from others, and the identification of the pedestrian safety issues that that we've identified throughout the municipality. This is a planning study, so it's a high-level study that, of course, doesn't look at every specific location that may have issues, pedestrian issues, but it does give you a broad overview of what type of issues you may have in your municipality, and we drilled down on a few of those areas specifically. We looked a bit at collisions. Now, we didn't have a lot of data on collisions, but we'll get into that in a moment, and maybe that's an area that we could also obtain some additional information as valuable input into this study. The resident feedback was requested. The municipality or staff had requested that we undertake to get direct public input, a web survey. And so there was a web survey published, and we'll talk a little bit about that today. And that investigation of the selected locations, we'll get into a little more details on those. And as Chris has mentioned, also the crossing guard work that we did, and that is still in process to finalize. And then we have some general recommendations, and they're again fairly broad, but they're intended to give you information to move forward with the changes to your policies, to your standards, and to have some additional work completed in the future that will improve pedestrian safety within the overall municipality. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we're looking at your active, as we refer to it, as active transportation infrastructure in sensitive areas within your municipality. Now, active transportation as a whole deals with pedestrian movements as well as cyclist movements. In this particular study, it's been focused on pedestrian movements in particular. It could be broadened to, again, include some cyclist issues. Mostly that would be in the rural areas where you have cycling clubs using your roads and that type of thing, but also within your urban and built up areas where you may want to consider changes to your standards to accommodate cycling, and also some trail issues. The safety issues were identified from the various sources, either from our review work of the background information, from information that was provided by various well, either council meetings, or you have a committee that deals with safety as well, road safety, and also the police reports. And then we reviewed overall the technical guidelines and best practices to give you some input going forward, again, in future study work that you may undertake, and how your pedestrian network will be is involved with those technical guidelines. The review of the municipal policy standards and operating practices, again, those are the information will be general, but it will be giving you something to work on in the future. Next slide, please. So the background, I've just listed some of the documents that we referred to as part of this study. And of course, you have a number of planning documents, the official plan being one, your existing standards, the road management plan, that was the 2018 one at the time, which I think was published in 2020, but we've now updated that and we presented that to council, or at least a draft to council at the last meeting. And the Grey County has some planning documents that relate to pedestrian movements. The Recreational Trails Master Plan being one of those. You also have a recreational master plan for the municipality, and then there was, you had a draft one that we were provided, and we did look at that generally, but I don't believe that that was ever formally accepted by council. And then we did a literature review again to get best practices to identify in other jurisdictions. Next slide. So as far as the guidelines are concerned, generally we look at the provincial guidelines, in this case for cycling facilities. That's Book 18 of the Ontario Traffic Manual. We look at Ontario Traffic Manual Book 15 for crossings of pedestrian crossings. There is a TAC guideline as well, Transportation Association of Canada, that deals with crossings, and we look at that. And then there are the maintenance standards that you adhere to, that you're for both roads and for sidewalks. And then there is a crossing guard study. It's a new one. Actually, this year it's been out a number of times, but it's published by the Ontario Traffic Council for specifically for crossing guard guidelines. And so that's the one that we reference in our guideline work. And then there are some provincial legislations, the most recent being the Safer School Zone Act, which gives you the municipality the opportunity to change posted speeds, and specifically eventually to implement automated speed enforcement within your municipality. And then community safety zones, which has been around, I think, since about 1998. And those are areas of specific sensitivity with regards to pedestrian movements and the potential for conflict with vehicular movements in those areas. And you have a number of community safety zones that have been implemented in your municipality. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we did look at a lot of, or a number of areas that fit into this. The Police Services Board had a meeting, in the minutes of that meeting, and I think that was in response to the Eugenia collision that had occurred with a pedestrian that had resulted in a fatality at that time. And also some other issues that were addressed at that meeting, where in Kimberley, there were also a number of requests and ongoing requests that you as a municipality receive from the residents related to issues that may be there, or changes that may be requested relative to pedestrian and cyclist movements. And there have been some studies, I believe, that the residents have been undertaking. One was in Kimberley, specific to that area, and we referenced that. Markdale had a study related to a visioning exercise, and again, that relates in part to your pedestrian movement needs in that area. And then there were also a number of residents' concerns in Ceylon that we referenced. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, with respect to collisions, I mean, you have had, at least we were made aware of the Eugenia collision that resulted in the fatality, and I believe there was one at the Markdale intersection as well that we've said resulted in a serious injury, but I understand that was also a fatality on that. Those were the two that we were made aware of. We were not provided with detailed collision data throughout the municipality, but it is valuable information if you have some hotspots that need to be reviewed. Vision Zero started in 1997 in Sweden, and a lot of municipalities in North America are also looking at Vision Zero and the changing of their policies that relate to Vision Zero. But just in general, what Vision Zero is to try and not to eliminate collisions, because that's impossible to do with pedestrians, but certainly to change standards, policies, et cetera, that will lessen the impact result. In other words, not having serious injuries, not having fatalities associated with those collisions. The principles, as we outlined them there, are just the general principles, but again, recognizing that human beings and motorists are human, and they are going to end up making mistakes, and those mistakes can result in collisions. So it's not like you're going to eliminate those, but certainly the seriousness of those can be addressed. And Vision Zero does have the 5 areas that are generally looked at for any areas of sensitivity, and those are engineering, education, enforcement, engagement, and evaluation. And that's the process that we've used in looking at the specific areas that we looked at in a little more detail in your municipality. Next slide. The next slide simply just reinforces the fact that speed is a very important parameter. If you have a collision with a pedestrian at 64 kilometers an hour, then you have a 1 in 10 chance of surviving, whereas if it's at 32 kilometers, you have a 9 of 10. And so this does feed into that. Also, it does give some indication as to operation criteria that are applied, which would be the stopping sight distance associated with those speeds, so that, again, you can avert having a collision if you're going at the lower speed because you have more time to react.
So Henry, just on that, I find it's interesting. They use 32, 48, 64, which a lot of people don't associate themselves. They associate the 30, 40, 50, 60 kilometer speed limit. So I just, you know what I mean? It just seems they use the 8, you know, like, so either like 65 or 50 or whatever. This 30, like people, you know what I mean? I think the association is what you see on a posted speed, right? Just in the sense of what people can associate with, I guess. But I just make that comment.
Yeah,
Carry on.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I agree. I think this was maybe from a US publication, but
Right.
but
So it's been,
so
it's been
indicative
converted
of
down
that.
for miles, then there you go.
Yeah.
Right. So
It's a good observation.
it's we Canadianized.
Next slide, please. So obviously, we chose of the 8, we were looking at 8 locations specifically, but we did choose ones that we thought had some sensitivity, in part because of the collision that occurred and that resulted in a fatality. And so one of those was the Inkerman Street and Raglan Street in Eugenia. And you know, there are some general observations there as to what the observations were at that intersection. And we try to, as traffic engineers, we try to sort of infer just what could have been done, if you will, to have improved the situation. And so we've identified some areas there. Obviously, if collisions occur at night, sometimes lighting is an issue. If collisions occur because you don't have the infrastructure in place, or because you have shared infrastructure within your right-of-ways, you know, that could be an issue. Sight lines could be an issue. There's lots of different areas that we typically would look at. And as I mentioned before, the collision data, if we receive collision data, we usually look at the type of accident that's occurred. Now, it's with respect to collisions that occur between vehicles. That's important because it gives us some idea as to just how they're operating and perhaps why the collision had occurred. So we've just noted some here. It's not to say that these are, you know, it's just observations. And you can see from the photo there as well that pedestrians will be moving along the edge of the road in these areas, and there is not a lot of it's what we refer to as a semi-urban cross section, which a lot of your hamlets and villages, etc., will have semi-urban cross sections, and that's understandable and that's acceptable. But from the point of view of trying to improve that to a more urbanized standard, or to have some trails or some multi-use paths put in, you know, those are items that can be considered in your semi-urban areas in order to try and make sure that there's a bit of a buffer between your pedestrian traffic and your vehicular traffic in those areas. Next slide, please. The second location that we looked at was in Markdale. Markdale's unique in the respect that its main intersection is signalized, and it does have a fair amount of truck turning movement traffic that results in the turning path requiring the stop bars to be set back from the intersection, which needs to be there because of the larger vehicles that have to go through the intersection, but equally it's not as desirable in a more urbanized setting where you would have have the stop bars closer to the intersection. We did, it was difficult to tell exactly what the issue was, other than the fact there was a left turn movement that resulted in the fatality. So obviously, either, it could have been simply just inattention, but from that point of view, there are some things like leading pedestrian signals that can be put in place that, could allow the pedestrians to take sort of control of their crossing prior to the green light coming on to having the traffic move. And that sometimes is desirable from the point of view, especially in more congested areas.
So before you move on, Henry, just when you do your research on collisions and stuff, obviously there's a police report. And it's depending on how long the road is closed down, there's a police investigation or there's a traffic or there's, a different crew comes out. Is that available to you? Or does it ever come out that from that investigation? Because I know they can measure speed by the length of the headlight that's blown out by this. There's so many variables that they can measure a lot of things, and to help obviously your review of this, and are you able to access that kind of information?
Well, if you were in a court case, I think then you're able to access it. But
Yeah.
if not, then we're working through the Ministry of Transportation database that ends up giving you, the location and what actually happened. This vehicle hit that, and
Right.
it'll give you information on that. And it'll perhaps have, causative information as well. Like obviously if it's an animal related incident, then it's going to indicate that type of thing. But no, we have to sort of drill into that information to try to figure out, okay, what was really happening here, because it doesn't tell you. There may be some observations that are in that report that we get, but it certainly isn't the full collision reenactment that they may do after a collision.
Right. I know sometimes there can be a calamity of errors of one triggers something else and something else, human error, weather, distraction, a lot of things that can come to play. And I just, that's interesting that what you can, unless it goes to a more of a specific court case, then there's more information, but thank you for that information.
Next slide, please. So, as I mentioned earlier, we did put out a web public survey. The intent of that was twofold. One was to determine just where the needs are, where the interest is within your municipality, and we've laid that out in the report that indicates, and usually it was and understandably it was the two larger municipalities or built up areas, Markdale and Flesherton, that had the most response. That's where the population resides. And then a lesser response in some of the smaller built up areas. But in Markdale and Flesherton, there's a fair amount of input in the survey that would indicate that you have a demand for pedestrians undertaking active transportation, either cycling. We had it divided up into cycling and to pedestrian movements. And so there is a demand. And the streets that were being used primarily were the higher, where you have your commercial districts along either the connecting links or the county roads through those municipalities. That's where a lot of people were suggesting they needed to have adequate infrastructure, adequately maintained infrastructure, et cetera, so that they could use those as part of their normal routines for active transportation. And in the time period and duration, we did ask that question as well, again, to try and understand what your needs might be, night versus day, et cetera. And then lastly, we asked about what concerns they might end up having relative to active transportation within the municipality. Next slide, please. So just in summary, and this is not a lot different than what you would get, I think, in most municipalities, they were concerned with the condition of the infrastructure or the lack of infrastructure altogether, because not all of your built up areas are serviced with sidewalks, for instance. And the traffic speeds and traffic volumes, obviously the greater speeds and volumes, you end up with a greater potential for conflict. And heavy truck traffic was considered to be a concern in some areas. And then the road crossings, again, getting down to sort of the intersection level or maybe a mid-block crossing. They had some concerns there. And then again, even though it wasn't a focus of this study, there were some residents that had mentioned that the buffer between cyclists and motorists were considerations, which of course, you know, the province in the last, hasn't been that long, probably within the last 5 years, they've implemented under the Highway Traffic Act, the 1 meter separation between cyclists and motorists. Next slide. So the 8 locations that we looked at the one in Markdale and at the intersection. We looked at the trail crossing in Markdale. And we also looked at a few of the roads in Eugenia, Inkerman and Canrobert and Pellicier. I don't know if that's the way. And then we looked at the roads around the McPhail Memorial Elementary School. That was sort of before we were asked to, or before we got back into it with respect to the crossing guard study. But basically, that is what the issues are in those areas to look at the safe routes to school and the crossing guard requirements associated with those, or the pedestrian crossover requirements. And then we looked at 3 of your smaller hamlets, Kimberley, Ceylon, and Priceville. They have similar needs in some respects, but obviously they have different needs from the point of view of what is developed adjacent to those roads, and mostly they're the county roads that go through those municipalities. But we looked at those 3 as well. So I don't think we laid out in the presentation, but it certainly is laid out in the report as to the recommendations we're making relative to those areas to try and improve, or at least to give some consideration as to what council could consider in the future as improvements that would make it safer for pedestrian movements. And not all of those pedestrian movements, of course, are related to the residents. Some of them in some areas are from some of the recreational traffic that you have within your municipality. So the intent being that you need to have access to those areas, and you need to recognize just what the volumes are, either crossing those roads or adjacent to those roads as they move up through those roads. So I won't go into a lot of detail on those ones. I didn't put it into the slide, but you know, generally we did, as I said, for the Markdale intersection, we were suggesting maybe looking at the crossbar locations, but also the turning movement constraints that you have there, the sight line issues, and also leading pedestrian signalization. And for the rail trail or the crossing in Markdale, I think we've made some suggestions as to sidewalks adjacent to that area and to put in what we refer to as pedestrian crossovers, which is basically signage adjacent to it and markings on the road that now under the newer legislation require motorists to stop. Okay. And there's four sections associated with pedestrian crossovers. They're quite popular now in the province because they cost less than full signals or even pedestrian signals. And so municipalities are jumping on the bandwagon, so to speak, with respect to putting in pedestrian crossovers. And they seem to be fairly effective. The only concern I have as a transportation engineer is that they aren't always adhered to 100%. So depending on the user, and in some instances, I think we went into that a little bit in the crossing in at the Beavercrest school. You have a PXO or that you had installed there, but depending on the age of the user, in that case, elementary school children, sometimes that isn't as effective as you would want it to be because they're not really adhering to the PXO. So it does need a little bit of a review from that point of view. Those to install PXOs in areas that the speeds are a little bit higher than you would like to see through those areas. You'd have to take that into consideration as well if you're going to make a recommendation relative to PXO crossings. The Inkerman Street location, we did recommend that that speeds obviously should be reviewed. And I believe that council has reviewed those in the interim, and lower posted speeds were being recommended on those roads, on the Eugenia roads. And also considerations to how you can better either light the roads, but also have separations between pedestrian movements on those roads. And I believe we were also suggesting some always stop control, which is always a little bit of a dicey recommendation because the provincial guidelines associated with always stop control, it's usually implemented more for not as a traffic calming measure, but as a measure if you have turning movements that need to be allocated between the different movements at an intersection. But in this case, it's a fairly long road, Inkerman, and so you end up having some benefit that can be derived from having always stop control, at least in our opinion. What we always suggest with respect to any of these recommendations is that when you do put them in, that you then do a before and after monitoring to determine their effectiveness, because it isn't always as effective as you wanted it to be. And so then you would, it's kind of like a work in progress as you go through with those improvements. At the elementary school, we did look through, and I'll talk about that in a minute, on what our observations were on the pedestrian, on the crossing guard study that we did. Kimberley and Ceylon and Priceville, again, we looked at those. The situation on those is that you're in a semi-urban area, higher volumes because of the county road nature of the roads that go through those. Putting some of those into community safety zones, and those end up working to some extent. You have lower traffic and higher potential for monitoring and fines associated with those. So those were generally, but obviously if you can separate out the pedestrian movements from the vehicular movements, that's the preferred approach. Or if you can have paved shoulders in those areas at the very least to allow for that if you don't have actual sidewalks installed. Next slide. So the final part of our study then had to do with the crossing guard, and there were two locations in Flesherton that we couldn't do because of the ongoing construction in that area, and that was at the intersection at Campbell Street and Elizabeth Street. And we're recommending that you would look at those in the spring once traffic has settled down and the construction project is finished, and see if you need, because those were critical locations. But we did look at Campbell Streets. There's two locations that we looked at, one being an always stop control and the second one being a proposed always stop control at Alice, the intersection at Alice. And there's a fair amount of movement in that area and a fair amount of bus movement in the area as well. So from the point of view of putting in, again, it requires a fair amount of judgment, because putting in, if you go with the Ontario traffic, with the OTC guidelines, ultimately they set a certain volume of pedestrian traffic and a certain volume of vehicular traffic in order to warrant putting in these. But then in the end, you need to make a judgment as to whether it makes sense for specific locations. So in this particular case, I think that we're suggesting that you would want to continue to monitor both of those locations, especially with respect to bus traffic. I think there's about 500 students at that school. So you will have a lot of bus traffic that comes in and out of there, and then a lot of kids that will go through that. So other than, its location is such that it's, well, it's located in an area that really is focused in on the school. Okay. There's not a lot of residential that would go through that. There's not through traffic. It's focused on the school itself. And so you do need to sort of understand just those peak periods that the school is generating traffic, both pedestrian and vehicular traffic. We did look at also at the high school in the area in Flesherton. Not to say that the PXOs or, well, the PXO crossing is a potential for the high school, given that there's a demand between the high school and the arena, et cetera, on the other side of the road. But the crossing guard, the crossing guard criteria only applies to elementary schools. So that wouldn't be what we would be recommending for high school operations. But in this particular case, we did look at that intersection, and I think we suggested again that once construction finished, that you would look at that again in order to determine whether or not a PXO would be required at that location. On the other area that we looked at in Markdale with respect to the pedestrian crossovers, there were two locations. I believe that there was a request from the principal to look at two locations. One was your existing pedestrian crossover. We looked at that. We recommended that you may want to consider putting crossing guard there, even though there is a pedestrian crossover there, simply because of the age of the volumes of pedestrians and students that move through that intersection. And then there was an intersection further up the road at Edith Avenue, where there's student crossings occurring, but those crossings are, it's fairly low volume. And so the concern isn't necessarily the volume of pedestrian crossings at that location, but the concern there is that during those periods when those crossings are occurring, you have what we call a few gaps in the movements that go along the road. So it's getting close to that area where you would want to consider doing something. But at this point, we're simply indicating that we're suggesting that you continue to monitor that to see if the gaps again are maintained, because there is a gap threshold that is set within the crossing guard criteria. Next slide. So that simply indicates just where we did and what I've just indicated with respect to Edith Avenue and needing to do some more work in the spring. So then that brings me to the final two slides, I believe. Of the next slide, please. The general recommendations. The municipality is, I believe, in the process of continuing to monitor speeds on their roads. They have some speed signs that they've purchased and that we had set out in the study a number of locations they may want to consider to put those speed signs, both to monitor the speeds that are occurring in those areas and to gain data as to what those speeds are, but also to provide as warning mechanisms and to slow traffic in those areas. It's not the ultimate answer to reducing the speeds, because obviously when the speed signs come down, then the speeds go up again. Same thing with monitoring or with enforcement within those areas. It's only as effective as long as the enforcement is in place. But we are suggesting that collision data also be monitored, and that in the community safety zones where you have set them in urban areas, we're suggesting that the target speed should be 40 kilometers. I don't know that they're all 40 now. I think in the hamlets, some of them are 50, but the hamlets, again, it's difficult sometimes in implementing community safety zones in your hamlets, because you end up with the idea of the community safety zones is that motorists need to be able to understand what the need is. And when you don't have that, there's a disjoint between the environment that they're traveling through and what you're trying to have them travel through at that speed. So we made some recommendations there. And, one of the, I guess, from a budget point of view, is we're suggesting that you would want to look at the sufficiency. There's a number of gaps, and we did look at that in the road study as well, a number of gaps in your sidewalk infrastructure. And you would want to look at the gaps in your sidewalks or where there is no pedestrian infrastructure, and to try and implement infrastructure. And the infrastructure that is implemented you should give consideration to whether there's sufficient buffer zones as well, because simply putting in the pedestrian movements immediately adjacent to the vehicular movements is problematic. And we're suggesting that you provide maintenance on, you have a number of your sidewalks, I believe, have no winter maintenance. And we're just suggesting that that should be reviewed again, because of the potential for liability. And then the crossing locations, especially in the sensitive areas like schools, that should be an ongoing monitoring situation and consideration as to whether they're functioning adequately, as opposed to simply waiting for complaints in those areas. Next slide, please. So the final slide, I believe, is related to your policies. Now, you do have some policies that relate to pedestrians, I think, in the municipality, but what we're suggesting here is most municipalities, or a number of municipalities, will have various types of policies that relate to specific areas. Like in this particular case, you would have a posted speed limit policy, you would have a vision zero policy or something similar to that. And you would have a traffic calming policy that you may want to consider. And then your official plan does suggest that pedestrian movements or pedestrian safety is an important parameter, but there wasn't really a lot in your last official plan that relates to that. So we're just suggesting next time you have a comprehensive update to the official plan, you may want to consider some additional policies there. And then obviously the design standards that you have, both new development, but also retrofitting, where you have work that is being done to address conditions of your overall road network. You may want to consider improving the criteria in those areas to facilitate safe movements of pedestrians. That is the end of my presentation. I'd be open and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Well, I'm sure there'll be a few. That's a long, lengthy report. Thanks, Henry, for that brief overview of that report. Questions from council members? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. Just a comment to start is that I appreciated when looking through the report that the survey responses from the residents were taken into account with it seemed like the selection of the 8 sites that were more detailed, looked at in more detail. With the way the community has been responding about traffic calming issues and how this whole study came around from the Police Services Board and comments that were made to the Police Services Board, it was good to see the survey results as well as how the engineers took those survey results. In terms of the study itself, I've gone through the study once, but I believe this is something that I kind of need to go through another time, as well as get a chance to look at some of the documentation that the engineers and the presenter has provided within the study itself. I don't have a specific question for Henry right now, but I look forward to having further discussion of the engineering report as a whole.
Sort of toward a committee of the whole meeting. Yeah,
Right now, we're still with them.
Yeah. we're just sort of the high level right now. So anything else? No. Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Allen, you have some comments, questions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor McQueen. Just a comment on your comment about the area around McPhail School in Flesherton. You mentioned that it's not a high residential area, but what the residents in that area are seeing, and more so this summer because of the construction, they use that area as a bypass to get through the lights quicker, and they do their very, very best to get through quicker. So that was just
one would say is when they're faced with then they speed up because they probably are irritated or aggravated.
They're trying to get ahead of that transport truck that was in front of them that's also going to turn left at the lights. That's just a comment. The studies are certain areas where there's been problems, deaths, public comments. And you also mentioned about traffic volumes, that is what triggers a lot of things. If we see problem areas Because it only takes one car to kill somebody. It doesn't matter what the volume is, and it could happen anywhere at any time. So can we, if we see problem areas, can we make decisions, whether it's four-way stops? I know it's the speed we've done that, but other calming effects without it being a recommendation that has come out of this? Or do we have to go back to you to have a report on specific areas?
This is a council's discretion, but Henry, go ahead.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. The intent of the study was not to suggest that you needed to go back through consultants to have any particular area looked at. What it does suggest is that you would want to have some policies, for instance. So generally on things like traffic calming or speed, posted speed limits, those type of things, municipalities will go to get a policy in place that's fairly understandable with a process that allows for your staff to then take that information, see whether it applies or whether it doesn't apply. They may want to, if they are looking for other expertise, they may want to reach out to say, okay, can you give us your your professional opinion on that? But really, the intent was that you as a council would be more relying on your staff to then make those decisions based upon the policies that you as a council have put into place.
So going back to increment then, if we had something in a policy that said there could be a maximum of, just pull a number, 800 meters of traveled road without a stop sign, that if we had that in a policy, then we could implement that anywhere at any time. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. The generally our municipal clients will work in a way that they have a policy that is set out with some technical criteria in, and they use that technical criteria as the first instance. Then they need to also use a bit of judgment beyond that as to whether or not just specifically, because the danger here when you're starting to look, and even though it's the simplest way of addressing things, is you're looking at a number. I mean, in the minimum maintenance standards, for instance, there's numbers in there, right? It doesn't absolve you totally of municipal liability if you say, well, we reacted in a certain time frame and here's what the need was at that particular time. It helps in that respect, but it doesn't really absolve you totally on it. So I think the same applies when it comes to these things. You're going to have for traffic calming, for instance, there will be criteria like that in the traffic calming policy that will suggest, lengths and other things associated with that as to whether the criteria would apply or not. They're really there in order to give you sort of the higher level, does this or shouldn't, because as a municipality, you can't look at every specific location at a detailed design level, right? So it's that first instance, and then there is a judgment, your staff would have to make, or council would have to make the judgment as to whether or not they need some further input on that end of it.
All right, thank you.
All right, any other comments? Councillor Dubik and then Councillor Alwood.
Thank you. So thank you very much for this study. It's a good Christmas gift. I think it's really kind of setting up the conversation and all the next steps that do have to happen after this. And it's very comprehensive. So thank you for that. So I have a question just about when we talk about the community safety zones, and under the general recommendations, we say you should have a consistent speed limit of 40 or 40 to 50. Also wondering, when we reference Vision Zero, we talk about 30 kilometers per hour. That really brings down the fatalities right down. And when I look at some cities, like within their residential areas, even like suburban residential areas, which I kind of feel like, when I think of Flesherton or Markdale, when you get off the main drag, they sort of have that suburban kind of residential feel to them. Wondering, if you have any comments about, 30 kilometers per hour speed limits in our hamlets.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, the 30 kilometer or 40 kilometer issue will vary from municipality to municipality. And where it becomes very important, obviously, is where you have higher volumes of traffic, you have higher pedestrian movements. Toronto has 30, and they've implemented it. It hasn't been that long ago that they implemented it in their local areas. That 30 kilometers was sufficient to get people access, after they get off their main collector or arterial roads, to get them to their houses. And I would say that that makes a lot of sense. Okay. And I think in your case with the hamlets, the same would apply. Okay. They're getting to or fairly close to at a higher speed to where they live. And then from that point, now the question is, and what we've said with respect to community safety zones, for instance, we've said there should be sort of more than one thing that is implemented, so that you need to look at how effective is it. So if you simply putting in a 30 kilometer zone is going to be an issue, because enforcement wise or even operational, you're not going to get it down to that level. And we have clients who, they want me to put in say 40 or 50 kilometers. It's in the rural areas. And I say, you're just not going to, it's not going to be effective. And so what are you really accomplishing by that? Not a lot. But if you're in a more urbanized area or a semi-urban area, then putting in what I call a target speed, okay, the posted speed is not, it's to be enforced, obviously, but it is just an indicator of what you believe or the designer believes to be the appropriate target speed, and to get it down to that level. In order to do that, you may have to put in other traffic calming measures in conjunction with that, whether it's community safety zones or whether, in order to actually achieve that target speed. It's not, putting in the reposting when either the environment doesn't support it or that there's no other reason that the motorist wants to go at those speeds. Now, it's kind of odd because I live in Stratford, actually, and they did go out. Council there was wrestling with the idea of going to a 40 kilometer in local areas, and they went out with a survey of some sort, and actually 60% of the population said they didn't want it. Now, which was, for me, that was very interesting, because I live there and I know what the needs are. And I'm thinking it didn't make a lot of sense to me that you wouldn't support that to go at least to a 40K. So I think that's where the province is going, or a lot of municipalities are going. They're going to lower traffic in their areas where they believe it doesn't require that 50 to get there, because you're right. The numbers would show that it's going to save lives.
Just following traffic calming, I've seen it. I think I mentioned it to you a few weeks back. I was coming through Klondike Park area in Mississauga Beach, and there's actually a physical hump, not just a little bump. Which slows you down. Especially when you hit the first one. It really physically tells you. So, you're right, Henry, that unless you're enforcing it, but physical things and Hornings Mills has, for the summer months, has on movable bulwarks, or what do you want to call it, that you're like, oh, so it physically makes you slow down, because, well, you don't want to hit it with your car. They're flexible, but it really brings you into a funnel that, it just psychologically slows you down, which I understand that they remove them for the winter time. And I think some of these they remove them because we have snow and that sort of thing, but it does seem probably when there's more pedestrians on the road in the summertime, then they have that hand in hand. And is that what you're finding, that you're finding those physical things are what you need to make that effect?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, the response is that every location is going to be site specific, but certainly the traffic calming policy will lay out a number of options. Speed humps are one of those options. There's a number of other ones that we call physical options associated with that. And then there are these other options that you can consider as well that are not necessarily physically related, but things like posted speeds, et cetera, for those areas. So you're correct but it's kind of, you're caught again. It's kind of like this debate goes on.
Yeah.
And where we do them, and we just finished a number of safety studies where some of the residents are quite happy that our conclusion is put in some speed humps and other ones not so.
Yeah.
So, it's not you'll never get everybody to agree to that just because of the perception, but the ones that are on the street that have little children that need to be safe. I think they're quite supportive of physical implementation of traffic calming.
Absolutely. I know Rivanna is a direct one. You're going down middle of Grave Road too, and all of a sudden there's a physical barrier in the middle of the road that sort of opens your eyes. Councillor Alwitt.
Thank you, yours through you. A couple of things. The when you were talking about signalized intersections, say in Markdale and the leading pedestrian intervals, who actually, I mean, it's within our connecting link, but the MTO seems to be involved in additional stop signs. We've just relocated the hospital in Markdale. There's new traffic issues now at northbound turning left into the hospital or our municipal offices. We're going to have a new location for the Beavercrest School, obviously, so we're going to have to reevaluate our crossing and PXO needs for that. But in terms of the traffic lights and additional lights or changing the way they're signaled or the signals operate, is that something that we as municipal councillors have control, or does it involve the MTO on how we tend to?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the situation with connecting links is that the MTO has jurisdiction from the point of view of authorizing or accommodating or allowing, if you will, new traffic signals, adjustments to traffic signals. You have a PHM 125 drawing that gets prepared when you put in the signals to start with. And so you do need to get their approvals for those as well. But it comes from the municipality if they feel that they want to have them improved. What we've suggested in the study is that wherever you have signals, okay, and I think this goes across the board, regardless of whether they're signals on county roads or on MTO roads or on municipal roads, is that you look at, you have some monitoring work that is done from period, both with respect to the collisions that have occurred at the intersection. And if there's something that is either it's you're not having enough storage, for instance, for some of the turning lanes, and that's causing congestion problems, those are the things that would trigger you, I think, as a municipality or your staff to say, we should have it looked at, which usually is a fairly quick exercise from the point of view of having, the traffic counting, turning movement looked at, and then also getting the traffic collision data for, say, a 5-year period. Then the assessment can be made based on that as to whether or not there should be some adjustment that is being made. But I think by and large, I'm not sure, and maybe Chris would know, but whether or not if you have a set of signals, whether they're ever looked at unless you have actually a complaint or an issue that has been brought to the table.
Thank you for that.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. Just wanting to, I guess my thoughts right now is that we're still in the delegation 6.1. So if we maybe receive the delegation now, I'm sure Henry can stick around as we have conversations about the actual full-on pedestrian safety study, just as 7.1. We kind of ran into the same logistic problem last time we had the delegation and on the report coming later on. So what I'll maybe do right now is to move that we receive the delegation for information, and then we can move into 7.1 to maybe have any further conversation specifically about the pedestrian safety study report.
Okay, thank you for that, Deputy Mayor. So moved by Deputy Mayor. Do I have a seconder for receiving this report? Councillor Dubik. I do have a couple other comments, but I can write to the report itself and that sort of thing, just following up from some of the comments that were made here. So any further discussion, comments with regards to that report for being received? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break because I need a break. So if you can hang around, Henry, you're allowed to take a break too. So we all need a break. So I'll take a break till 11:15. All right, we'll call this meeting back to order and moving on our agenda then, for those that are watching from far. We are on section 7 of our agenda and the 7.1 of the pedestrian safety study. So there's a recommended motion there. Would somebody care to put that on the floor? Councillor Allen.
I will make.
Okay, go ahead. You have
I
the
will
floor.
make a different motion.
Sure.
The council received report TPS 23.33. And that council support the pedestrian safety study and that the study go to a committee of the whole meeting for further discussion.
So what'd you say? A future committee of the whole?
Future.
Okay, to a future. Okay, and I have second by Councillor Allwood. So discussion, comments on that motion? I do want to say a couple things. As just in the presentation, it was mentioned about sidewalks and snow. It has been brought to my attention a few times and it wasn't captured in the report. On Gray Road 2 in Feversham. Well, Feversham is divided by 2 bridges. And people do walk, and the issue that has came up in the past is when you get to the winter and the county plows, there's not a dedicated sidewalk per se on the side of the bridge. And so people are coming and all of a sudden there's trucks and cars. They have no place to go. And you try to jump up on the what's all snow, you could fall off. So don't capture that part. But anyway, but the point is that is something that has been, you know, but Feversham is a divide between 2 bridges. So it's either Gray Road 2 or the other bridge. The other one is maybe some of you talked about lighting and walking. I know a few times when we've been at the Santa Claus Parade in Singhampton, I think I mentioned it this year when we were walking back from the fire hall, there's no lighting. Now it's a county road and both these are on county roads, but you know, lighting is, and so that's, you know, in November or whenever that Santa Claus Parade is, you know, you got people walking on the side of the road and lack of lighting. And there's an example, and the people in that community have also mentioned that it is a community that is divided between Gray and Simcoe too. But again, those are 2 other areas that have been pointed out and no different than other areas. And a lot of our built up areas are on county road systems. For the most part, even I've had comments about Rockland and speed and coming up to the arena there as well. And some of our other hamlets and areas as well. So anyway, there's a lot of areas that, you know, that have had some concern of traffic and issues and that. So I certainly look forward to us getting into more conversations when we get this to a future committee of the whole. So there's no other discussion. All in favor of that motion then? That's carried unanimous. All right, we'll move along here then. So we're on section 8 now of our agenda and CLS and planning. So I'll pass the chair over to Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. First item is 8.1 public planning hearing minutes. And the recommended motion is that the 2023-11-27 public planning hearing minutes be received for information. Moved by Councillor Allwood, seconded by Councillor Dubik. Any discussion on that? Not. All those in favor? That's carried. These planning files, just wondering, it used to be that we'd receive the information in one section and then the bylaw would be in the next section. So we vote on those separately. I'm always combining them. So I don't know if I should keep doing it that way or just let everybody know that if you want the question split, we can do that. We should be receiving it for information, but whether you want the bylaw or not approved could be a separate. So just keep that in mind, that if anybody wants the question split, we can do that. 8.2 Z44-2023, that report PL 23.70 related to planning application Z44-2023 be received, and that bylaw 2023-146 being a bylaw to approve zoning bylaw amendment Z44-2023 be approved. The mover for that. Deputy Mayor and Councillor Dubik. Any discussion on that file? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's carried. 8.3 Z45-2023. That report PL 23.67 related to planning application Z45-2023 be received. And that bylaw 2023-147 being a bylaw to approve zoning bylaw amendment Z45-2023 be approved. Mover for that. Councillor Lowhead. Deputy Mayor. Discussion. All those in favor? That's carried. 8.4 Z46-2023. That report PL 23.68 related to planning application Z46-2023 be received. And that bylaw 2023-148 being a bylaw to approve zoning bylaw amendment Z46-2023 be approved. Councillor Wickens and Mayor McQueen. Any discussion? All those in favor? It's carried. 8.5 Z47-2023. That report PL 23.69 related to planning application Z47-2023 be received, and that bylaw 2023-149 being a bylaw to approve zoning bylaw amendment Z47-2023 be approved. Councillor Dubik is moving that. Councillor Wickens is seconding. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor? That's carried. 8.6 Z48-2023, and this is the item that the open forum speaker referred to. That report PL 23.71 related to planning application Z48-2023 and OP 04-2023 be received, and that bylaw 2023-150 being a bylaw to approve zoning bylaw amendment Z48-2023 be approved, and that bylaw 2023-151 being a bylaw to approve official plan amendment OP 04-2023 be approved. It's moved by Councillor Allwood, seconded by Councillor Lowhead. Any discussion? Councillor Wiggins.
Thank you, Chair Allen. So this is a fairly, it's a touchy subject, this here, I guess, whether it's a settlement location or not. I don't believe it is, but and we have some rules about new development around the Lake Eugenie area. No new development within 300 meters. So I don't know, do we stick to our guns on this, or I'm not in favor.
Okay, thank you for that comment. Councillor Allwood.
Thank you, Chair Allen, through you. I mean, I think that subject was addressed at the public meeting, and our manager of planning did clarify the zoning, and also spoke to the 300 meter, no secondary development within 300 meters and the reasons why there might be issues with upholding that. So I'm certainly satisfied that an explanation was given, and given the additional information provided in the open comments with the tertiary septic system addressing those concerns, I have no concerns. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, seeing nothing further, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. (8.7) Proclamation of January is Alzheimer's Awareness Month. The council receives staff report CLS 23.50 and the council proclaim January as Alzheimer's Awareness Month and direct staff to promote Alzheimer's Awareness Month. Somebody like to move that? Councillor Dubik. Deputy Mayor Nielsen is seconding it. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. .8, bylaw to appoint acting clerk. I haven't even read it yet. The bylaw 2023-152, appointing Amanda Van Alstyne as acting municipal clerk for the municipality of Grey Highlands be approved. Now I will take a mover in a second. Moved by Mayor McQueen, seconded by Councillor Allwood. I think this is a good news, bad news motion.
So I guess the cat's out of the bag now, eh?
Any discussion? Councillor Allwood.
That'll teach you to do so well on those courses, Chair Allen.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Chair Allen. Just as a quick comment, it does show to the ability and the effectiveness of Grey Highlands growing talent from within the organization. Deputy Clerk Van Alstyne joined the municipality a few years ago. She has taken all the courses needed and is now qualified to take on the acting clerk role. So it's pretty exciting that homegrown farm talent has come up through Grey Highlands here.
Thank you for that comment.
I'll hold my comments till lunchtime.
Okay.
Those are positive.
All right. All those in favor? And I see 7 hands. That is carried. Okay, Mayor McQueen, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen, for taking care of that portion of the agenda. Moving on to section 9, building and economic and community development. I will pass the chair over to Deputy Mayor Nielsen for some reports.
Thank you very much, Mayor McQueen. So under section 9, we have 2 different items. Item number 1 is the Financial Assistance Program Committee unapproved minutes. So the recommendation is that council receive the unapproved minutes from the 2023-1204 Financial Assistance Program Committee meeting for information. I need a mover and a seconder for the minutes. Moved by Councillor Dubik and seconded by Councillor Wickens. Any comments or questions on the minutes themselves? Seeing none, I'll call the oh, Mayor McQueen, did you have a question?
Yes, so just the minutes are there and obviously the requests were made and you know, this is moving into other parts of the agenda, but we are going through a budget process and this is for part of the future budget for 2024. I don't know if this is the right spot to say this or not, but certainly in fairness to everybody who's made application, they followed the process that we've gone through. I just wonder if it should be, you know, the recommendations as suggested in the further parts should be put on a bit of a hold till we actually go through in fairness to the overall budget, if they should be just maybe deferred until we sort of get through that budget process. And I'm only saying that as a suggestion moving forward with the other items on the agenda. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Mayor McQueen. Certainly later on today, we have a notice of motion coming to us that has to do with the Financial Assistance Program meeting, as well as kind of questions around the budget process. Just as a reminder that all applications that are made through the FAP program are made with the caveat that they are approved through the budget and that the Financial Assistance Program funding is subject to the budget approval. So right now, we're just doing the minutes. And then when we get to the other recommendations, there can be further discussion to what Mayor McQueen was saying there. So any other questions regarding the minutes of the FAP meeting? Seeing none, I'll call that question. All those in favor? That is carried. And we're moving along to recommendation number 2, and then subsequent recommendations. So Councillor Allen, I'll go to you first.
I'd like to make a motion that we defer recommendation number 2 through 28 until after budget talks, or yes, after budget talks and after the outcome of the notice of motion on reviewing the financial assistance program.
Okay, so I have a motion moved by Councillor Allen to defer discussion on all these requests until after the budget and the outcome, pending the outcome of Councillor Allen's notice of motion later on today. Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Wickens. Any discussions or comments regarding the motion that's on the floor? Mayor McQueen?
I mean, just through you, Mr. Chair, I mean, there's legitimate reasons why people made that application. I don't think of us taking this pause as any reflection other than we have a tough budget number this year that we're working through, and I don't, from anybody who's applied, I wouldn't, it's nothing to reflect on those that, you know, that have made the application.
Thank you for that, Mayor McQueen. And while we are still in discussions for our budget, and our budget is not finalized, there have been already changes suggested to the FAP total financial contribution for the municipality. And so they're pending kind of the outcome of Councillor Allen's notice of motion and budget talks. The FAP committee may want to reconvene to discuss the intake. We've already received another intake for 2024. So with changes in the budget and perhaps the way the committee program itself runs, there may need to be a further discussion, and these recommendations may change from the FAP committee given that information. Any other questions or comments on FAP? Councillor Dubik and then Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Chair. So just a question in terms of process. So if we're going to wait until after budget talks, which could lead us into end of January or so, wondering if there are any requests at that time, they would just have to be just on hold. Like, you know, so for example, if a community group wanted to use, you know, one of the halls for a meeting, how would that be managed?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Dubik. I might actually refer that question to Director Harris, if you please. My instincts tell me that we have significant community undertakings that have been identified through the FAP and through past history of council. So if there's any of those events come up, that they would be covered. However, part of the FAP is a lot of community requests for free space in our halls for community group meetings. So that is a valid question. Director Harris, are you available?
Good morning, and thank you for the question, everybody. We always advise all groups that we cannot approve any request pending budget. And as far as I'm aware, there are no significant community undertakings or events that would be implicated from a cash perspective prior to budget approval and or the outcomes of Councillor Allen's notice of motion later today. That being said, there are ongoing meetings that many of these groups have, and staff do not have the ability to waive fees without council direction. I'm listening in here, and my instinct tells me the intent of council would not be to lock the doors and allow communities not to meet in January and February. So I think if it were council's will, we could allow meetings, regularly scheduled meetings that have been requested through the FAP or the community grant program to continue pending resolution of this item for moving forward.
Thank you for that, Director Harris. And just because the notice of motion, or sorry, not the notice of motion, the motion that is on the floor, if that is council's direction, we probably need an amendment to allow for meetings to continue. So Councillor Alwood,
Thank you, Chair Nielsen. I'd be prepared to make that amendment, so.
so an amendment has been moved by Councillor Alwood and seconded by Councillor Dubik. My assumption is that regularly scheduled meetings of our community groups in our halls that have been waived, that have had fees waived, may continue and pending the outcome of everything.
That's correct.
I'll word that pending the outcome of everything, Deputy Clerk Van Alstyne. I think that sounds very good on the.
I
notice.
think budget deliberations.
We'll just give Deputy Clerk Van Alstyne a chance to capture that. Any questions or comments on the amendment specifically? Councillor Allen?
Not specifically to the amendment, but that affects the overall motion.
So
Is
then
I
you can
referred,
speak after the amendment has been dealt with.
I referred to it as the financial assistance program, and it's actually the community grant program. So that does affect.
That's like a point of order part. That's a point of clarity. Thank you, Councillor Allen. Any other questions or comments on the amendment specifically? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? That is carried. Now the main motion as amended. And then just for clarity, perhaps we'll get Deputy Clerk Van Alstyne to read out the motion as amended. Just so that way we are all understanding the wording and that we're all on page with it. When you have a moment. Question of clarity for myself, should I be going acting clerk? I think that one was taken care of. No, we'll stick with deputy. Thank you for that clarity.
Sorry, I didn't realize there was only one.
My apologies for the delay. I was trying to make sure I had it worded correctly. So through you, Chair Nielsen, the council defer the financial assistance program. Program committee's recommendations 2 through 28, with the exception that regularly scheduled meetings of our community groups may continue with fees being waived until the 2024 budget has been passed and until the outcome of Councillor Allen's community grant program notice of motion is, if passed.
Thank you very much for that, Deputy Clerk Van Alstyne. If that is clear to everybody, is there any other further questions on the main motion as amended? I'm not seeing any, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. So we'll skip down a fair amount in the agenda as we'll bypass the 20 some odd recommendations down to section 9.2 of our agenda today is building statistics for the 2023 Q3. And the recommended motion here is that council received building 2305 for information. We're going to move her in a second, or moved by Councillor Alwood, seconded by Councillor Wickens. Any questions or comments regarding the building statistics for the third quarter? I don't see any from anybody around the table, just for myself. Obviously, we are seeing kind of a significant decrease this year. A question I do have for the Director Harris would be for budgetary purposes, we are seeing a significant decrease in the overall revenues from our building department. Do you have any comments or questions regarding how that may affect the overall financial position of the building department? It is fully funded, self-sufficient, and I do believe we have a healthy reserve for the building department, but I just wondered if you have any comments on the budget for the building department.
Thank you so much through the chair to council. We are monitoring this very closely. I will tell you that the lower numbers are consistent what we're seeing across neighboring municipalities in comparator markets. We have, as council is aware, we have had some staffing changes in our building department as of the end of October, and we are not currently filling the vacant position now. We've done some restructuring internally. So we feel at this point, we're in very good shape. Obviously, we will keep notice on it. And as you mentioned, Deputy Mayor, we do have a healthy reserve at this time. So we will continue to monitor it and will not be hiring for that vacant position unless activity increases.
Thank you very much for that, Director Harris. Any other questions or comments regarding the building statistics? Deputy Mayor, wow, my apologies. Mayor McQueen.
I was the deputy mayor once. So yeah, I see the overall in the last third quarter of 34 compared to 58. I don't know if was 58 as a total 2022 permits, or is that what 58 was at the third quarter? I guess that's a question, and that's at the bottom. So if you see where it says total, it says 34 permits for 2023, 2022, it says 58. So is that the total amount that was in 2022, or is that just what was at that third quarter comparable?
Thank you for the question, Mayor McQueen. Director Harris, do you have a reply?
Thank you. Through the chair to the Deputy Mayor to the council, a total number of permits, we're seeing 182 versus 313 under year to date. The third and fourth columns from the right of that chart, total up to this point. If you go down to the, that was to July. I was looking on the wrong page.
Yeah.
It's total 242 versus 426 through till the end of September.
But to clarify,
it's cumulative.
Yeah, but that's to the end of the third quarter. So that's
that's correct. No, and we present these to council quarterly. We will do a full report of year end, probably sometime in January, back to council, where we will also provide some additional analysis and anecdotal information as well. So you have some more background and context for that.
Thank you for that, Director Harris. Mayor McQueen.
Okay, and thanks for that clarity on that. But the first two columns has permits, and that was my original question. Is that for that particular quarter, that third quarter? So it says 26 versus 55. That was the first 1 and 2 columns. It says 2023 and 2022. That says permit.
Director Harris, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to council, those are specific for that particular month. So if you look at the report, I've provided July, August, and September numbers in that report. Yes. So it's by month, and at the end of each month, it's cumulative up to that point.
Let's see, September, the report. Oh yeah, okay. And just one other comment. Thank you for that clarity. Obviously the numbers are down. And speaking to a builder this morning, well, they've been unnamed, but sales are down. Sales are down. Sales are down across other developers, builders, big time, from what I was gathering. I don't want to say too much about that, but just the numbers are down, which is probably a reflection on a lot of different factors. Obviously, we all hear it, interest rates. It's actually, and would be interested to get a snapshot of I don't know if we have I know there's a Southern Georgian Bay Real Estate Association, and I think there's a Grey Bruce Association. It would be really interesting to see what snapshot is happening in that as well, because those are related to sales and what's selling and what isn't selling, and that sort of thing. So, I mean, and the only reason I raise that, Mr. Deputy Mayor Chair, is, I mean, we have a budget time coming up, and we have lots of pressures on a lot of different things, and it's reflective of, I think, of what we hear. The inflationary rate yesterday was flat, 3.1, I think it was for November, which again is a little bit, I think, from some of the analogists, a little bit of a disappointment because it still hasn't pushed down. And so that changes the facts maybe on interest rates and a lot of different things. Everything goes in cycles. I've seen cycles. We've all seen cycles, but it's just an interesting, I think it's another reflection of the cycle on it, and our permit numbers reflect that. I know back in about in the 2000s somewhere, and it was mentioned at our budget meeting about no layoffs, but I remember there was a building official that was let go because the numbers being down. I shouldn't say the word let go. They were anyway, they moved on or whatever. So, you know, there is a, you know, it does to the job that, and I think it's, as the director said, reflection of our building. We're maybe not refilling that position. So that makes sense because your numbers are down and a lot of things. So yeah, we're into a different time. And I think we realize that, but numbers don't lie either, right? So anyway, thank you.
Thank you for that, Mayor McQueen. CEO Govan, you have your hand raised.
Thank you, Chair Nielsen. Through you to council. So the nature of the building department and the reason for it to be self-sustainable is to accumulate, and it's not a hard and fast rule, but a guideline to have 2 years of operating expenditures in your reserve. The reason for that is because of the volatility of the construction and development industries. Typically what happens in these kind of lulls that we experience, that we know will be temporary, is work is done in-house on clearing backlog of old permits and items that perhaps haven't got the attention they need to get. So that's the whole purpose of having your reserve, so that if your revenues don't cover off your current expenditures, you can draw from the reserve to balance out the budget within that division. You know, sometimes it's good to have a little bit of downtime so that we can clear up that backlog, because that when we're in a high development mode, it's go, 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 and sometimes those things end up on the back burner. So I do think, you know, we're facing a temporary situation. It was advantageous to us that the position became vacant, so we can kind of hit that pause pedal and just deal with the backlog and then reevaluate once things start to pick up again. In addition to that, my discussions with the lower tier county CAOs in Grey County, they're all experiencing this. It's across Grey County, and I suspect across Southern Ontario. We do generally see a decrease in the wintertime, and usually it picks up in the spring. So let's hope that the stars align and spring is more reminiscent of what we've seen in the last couple of years.
Thank you for that, CEO Govan. It is an interesting time we are in when we think of the economic situation. Any other questions or comments regarding section 9.2, the building statistics? Mayor McQueen?
I think something else is a reflection of building in our area, that we know there's a lot of people in our community that are employed by the trades, construction, a lot of the whole aspect. So I think it's something that we have to keep in mind too, that if that sector starts to become softer, then you know, employment is an issue as well for those individuals that, you know, have been run off their feet for the last lot of years, but you know, it could be a reflection as well. So thank you.
All right, thank you for that, Mayor McQueen. Last call for any other comments regarding 9.2. Seeing none, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? That is carried, and the end of my section. Mayor McQueen, the chair is yours.
Section 10 of our agenda, I'll move this portion over as environmental services. I'll move this over to Councilor Davies to chair this portion.
Great, thank you, Mayor McQueen. So we are on item 10.1. The motion reads that council receives staff report ENV.23.27 regarding RFP-F18-2023-04, and that council supports staff recommendations to award RFP-F18-2023-04 to Hemson Consulting Limited in the estimated amount of $40,400, excluding HST, to be funded through the 2024 Public Utilities Operating Budget. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Lowhead has moved. Is somebody seconding? And Deputy Mayor, thank you. The floor is open for discussion. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Chair Dubik. A question for perhaps Director Moyer. The report here is showing that staff are suggesting going with Hemson Consulting Limited. It is commented in here that they are a higher costing, but did have a better work plan and more hours of work. I'm wondering if Director Moyer can just expand on that value for dollar. We've used Hemson in other reports that have come forward and other consultation work. Just wondering if you can speak to that value for dollar.
Great, thank you for that question. Director Moyer.
Through you, Chair, to Council. Yes, the scoring committee, when we went through the proposals, did note, as noted in the report, that there was quite a difference in the amount of hours that each consultant had put towards this project. So Hemson, I don't remember exactly the number, but in some cases they were almost double the amount of hours that they had assigned to this project compared to some of the other consultants. Some of the things that they had proposed in their proposal versus the others are outlined in the report, but are like staff training and a separate way. So we'll have the plan, but they will also provide an Excel worksheet for staff and go through it with staff on how to implement the rates. So there's like the rates and then the implementation annually of those. So their plan and how to help staff and work through the rates was much more robust than some of the other consultants' plans.
A follow-up question?
Thank you for that, Chair Dubik. Just a follow-up question. Director Moyer, just my recollection isn't quite as sharp as Mayor McQueen sometime. It was Hemson who did the last water rate study, correct?
Director Moyer?
Through you, Chair, the last two water rate studies were done by DFA. Hemson did, I believe, a couple of studies for us and through the county.
Further? No. Any further discussion? Councillor Allen.
Thank you. Under operational considerations, it says Hemson is proposing to begin January 2024 and project completion by December 2024.
The hold's important because it enables you to do things legally that you can't do.
Okay, I'll start over. It says Hemson is proposing to begin January 2024 with project completion by December 2024 and implemented January 1st, 2025. Just thinking back to consultants' reports coming to council and kind of right at the last minute, and us being under a bit of pressure to make decisions to get it implemented for the new year. December is very busy, as we know, with budget and life in general. And I just wonder if this is appropriate or if it could be brought to us in October or November. And then a comment, I don't see anywhere here where we can access the results. I'm a little disappointed that council doesn't have that information to be able to agree or disagree with staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Director Moyer.
Through you, Chair. So in the operational considerations, you're correct. That's the timing. So in their proposal, they did talk about the timing. So we don't actually, our current rate study goes until 2026. So we do have a little bit of time. They had put this timeline in. So if when they get into the study, if there was any changes that were relatively large in nature and we're having a longer term effect on the system, they said that they would get their recommendation done early so that if council chose to move forward quicker, that they could do that. But you were correct, sometimes quickly isn't always the way to go. The council will have time throughout the process to see how it's progressing, but that timeline is only in the case that if they thought there was larger changes needed than would necessarily be required. But our current plan does go that 1 year further. So we do have time for council and everybody to look at the report, ask their questions, and ensure that we're all comfortable moving forward in the proper direction. On the second part of your question, I'm not sure what you wanted to review, or I see CAO has her hand up, so maybe let her.
CEO.
Thank you, Chair. So we've had this conversation before about putting consultant reports on the agenda. I don't believe it's appropriate. There is proprietary information in those. And I don't think consultants would look favorably on us sharing how they propose information to municipalities. In saying that, I don't think there's any issue with council members having access to those proposals. We can do that through iCompass. We just need the request and we'll give council access to look at them.
Thank you for that. Councillor Allen, follow up.
Yeah, thank you. It doesn't have to be the report. I'm more looking at the scores and how staff came up with their scoring and the reason for that. There could be some information, but it doesn't have to be the full report.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? As I see none, I will call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That is carried. 10.2, that council receives staff report ENV.23.26 for information, and that council endorse the current version of the operational plan as presented. So that is the drinking water quality management standards. Can I have a mover? Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Allwood. The floor is open for discussion. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair Dubik. Another question here for Director Moyer. One of the main changes here is that all members of council shall complete the standard of care training course within the first year of a new term of councils, kind of being put into our operational plan. Is that the same training that we have done previously, or is this an increase or an upgrade to the training that council has received in the past?
Thank you for the question. Director Moyer.
Through you, Chair, that is just reference to the standard of care training, which is a standard that has been followed by council for a number of years.
Follow up.
So follow-up question then is, within this report, it was discussing how, I'm just trying to phrase my question. Currently, the standard of care training that council takes was not actually within the operational plan. Having this as part of the operational plan now, there's a comment about how that has implications regarding inspections and review from the ministry. So I'm just trying to get clarity so that now that this is actually in the operational plan, there's more of a impact should council not complete the training that is being recommended.
Director Moyer?
Yes, through you, Chair, to council. I think previously the standard of care is training that is something that was always recommended to council, and I think in our plan it was a should. Whereas now in the new plan, staff feel that it should be a shall, or sorry, other way, shall versus should. So it's by doing that, it's making it a requirement. And then if it's not completed by council, then we can receive a non-compliance on our audit when we get audited versus our DWQMS. So if all council can't prove, or we can't prove that all council have completed it, then we will receive a non-compliance on that section of our DWQMS.
Right, thank you. Right. Any further discussion? Mr. Mayor?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know who was around the table originally. It had went to Walkerton and did it in person. I think that should be the requirement to do it in person, not do it online, because it just, I think, to be physically being there and going through a process, I think makes a lot more than just checking out the boxes on an online. So I don't know if that needs to, but it has to be scheduled and it has to be, you know, throughout the year penciled in and booked, right? So, and so those are my comments, and I don't know if that needs to be amendment or whatever, but we'll look for other comments.
Councillor Allen?
Thank you. Like we used to do it during the orientation. I think we joined with Southgate and had it at the Kinplex, and it was done right there to 30 people, and not, as you say, not requiring us to remember to do it online.
Thank you for that. Councillor Alwood?
Thank you, Chair Dubik, through you. I mean, this is one area that councillors can be held personally responsible, councillors and senior staff. So, I mean, the training is important. I remember, as Councillor Allen just mentioned, the first term of my council was the training was done at the Kinplex and with other municipalities, but it was basically the same information that the online course had that I completed the first term of this, the first year of this current term. But yeah, it's important stuff.
Indeed, it is important. So, Mr. Mayor?
The first time I took it, I was in Walkerton at the physical place where you go and look at pipes and you look at fittings and you look at stuff and you know, you see exactly what you're talking about. But anyway, I think that's where your true education comes from. And I know they're set up for that, but anyway.
So, Mr. Mayor, is there an amendment that you would like to put on the floor?
Sorry, through you, Chair.
Yes.
I believe through the council orientation on all new councils, including this one, it was an option. So the county in their orientation did offer it out as an in-person course for all of the councils to attend, or there was the virtual option. And I think we had the option to choose which one we wanted. And that will be, I think, moving forward the same. We'll have the option for in-person versus virtual, whichever each council members choose to do. There are certain circumstances where somebody couldn't maybe make it to the in-person one. So the virtual does allow us to still be within compliance, that they could then complete it virtually after. So I think having both options, but I do agree when you go to a course and you're sitting there, there are a lot of benefits to that as well.
Right, thank you for that, Director Moyer. Councillor Allwood.
Thank you, Chair Dubic, through you. The other thing I found very useful as a new counselor back in the day was touring our facilities with our staff and seeing how it all works. It really does help with the understanding and the issues surrounding water safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and we have discussed creating a tour for council. It hasn't been yet organized, but hopefully in the near future. Okay. So given the comments from Director Moyer that, you know, there is the option of doing it in person with the flexibility, if you cannot attend in person, you can always do it online as a backup. So that's a little bit more clarity there. Any further discussion? Mr. Mayor.
So something I find interesting is if you're a brand new counselor, you haven't had the training. But if you've had the training and things changed, like I know you have a driver's license and you have that, unless something changes, can that not still not meet compliance? I mean, if you've done the course and if you're a new counselor and you haven't done it, then you need to do it to make our requirement. But I just wonder is, you know, if we have done it, does that put, and you know, if it's not done every term of council, but you have done it, is that a gray area in the sense of compliance because the counselor has done it, just not in that term of council?
Now, I believe it's for every term of council, but I will redirect that question to our director for clarification.
Through you, Chair, you are correct. It is very clear that each time through each new council that it is a requirement that all councilors redo it. Same with operator training in that. We have the water operator licenses in that, but there's mandatory training requirements that we have to do every 3 years to maintain our licenses. So this is very similar to that and based off similar licensing requirements for the different water operators and the overseers of the systems.
Thank you for that. Follow up, Mr. Mayor? No. Any further discussion? As I'm seeing none, I will call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. That is the end of my section and back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mike, still on, Councillor Dubic, and how are we doing there, Councillor Wickens? Still carry on? Lunchtime, all right. I was told it's lunchtime. It is 12:10. I'm going to say, you want to break to 1? Yeah, let's take our break till 1 o'clock. All right, welcome back, council and staff, and to the viewing public. A very enjoyable Christmas lunch. Thanks, Councillor Wickens, for bringing in pizza. And who looked after the cake? Councillor Deputy Mayor Nielsen, thank you very much for the cakes. It was well. Timing was perfect for a lot of occasions, for sure. Okay, so we're on section 11. As I recall, we got done section 10. So this is finance. So I'm going to pass the meeting over to Councillor Allwood to chair. Councillor Allwood.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. Through you to council, or through me to council, I guess. So the next item on the agenda then will be 11.1, the asset management update. If I could just have somebody move this to get it on the floor. The council received report FIN.23.22, the asset management update for information. Moved by Deputy Mayor Nielsen, seconded by Councillor Allen. Well, the report just outlines some training and some plans for the asset management team. Congratulations on those that completed the and got certified. Any questions or concerns? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Chair Allwood. Just a comment regarding the report. It is great to see how much work staff have been putting into this and the training and background. And there's some great parts of this report speaking to the technology that staff are trying to implement and move forward. My comment is staff should be doing such a wonderful job. I'm not really sure we need that asset management staff in the budget.
Do you have a seconder for that?
Well, at this point, we do have an asset management coordinator approved in the committee of the whole deliberations to date, and we'll see where that all goes. But certainly, I mean, tying it all in with the GIS system, I think is important. So we've heard from staff, and I think that to this point, council agrees with that position. So any other questions, comments, or concerns? Go ahead.
Well, way back, quite a few years back, I think a lot of councils, and when they were bringing forward the concept and then making it that you had to have an asset management plan, was always understanding that some funding maybe would follow it from the provincial government, because then you outlaid what you owed, and or not what you owed, but what you had, and, you know, the age of your assets and stuff like that. And we were very hopeful that we would see some funding, but we're still waiting. But from because through the years, provincial funding came in different forms, and but anyway, just that was the part of councils at the time were very hopeful that going through that exercise was and that before it was mandatory that we went through that exercise. And I remember citywide, or the very early days of having to do that, and staff having to go through everything that we had and trying to figure out the age and sort of best guess, going back to records and trying to follow up and trying to build that baseline, right? So but anyway, just a few comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any further comments, questions, or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor of receiving the report? That's carried unanimously. I'll pass the chair back to his worship. Thank you.
Councillor Allwood. Moving on to our next item in our agenda, section 12, fire, police, and safety. I'll pass this over to Councillor Lohead to chair this portion of the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So got item 12.1, which is Police Services Board unapproved minutes, and a recommendation that council receive the unapproved minutes of the 2023-11-28 Police Services Board meeting for information. Mover, seconder, put that on the floor, please. Councillor Dubik, seconded by Deputy Mayor Nielsen. Any discussion on the minutes of Deputy Mayor?
Thank you very much, Chair Lohead. Just a quick question for you regarding moving forward with the one detachment thing. There was a bit of a discussion there, I believe, regarding the budget and move forward to the one detachment concept. And I think we received some notification recently about that moving forward in the deadline. Can you just refresh me if you know the date that we're moving forward to the one attachment? And apparently that's gonna be a question for a staff person.
Yeah, looks like our clerk still, make sure I get that right, would like to answer that question. So Clerk Martel, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair Lowhead, to Deputy Mayor Nelson. So yes, we just received notification that the one detachment board is going to come into play April 1st of 2024. The municipalities are working very closely together, and we have developed an implementation team to go through all of the requirements of a procedure bylaw, determine which municipality is going to host for secretarial services, those kinds of things. And you will see a report coming forward by the acting clerk in January, asking for this council to determine their municipal rep, because they will be working through some of the community appointments and those kinds of things prior to the April 1st deadline.
Thank you, Clerk Martel. Follow-up.
Just a quick follow-up, Chair Lowhead, thank you. That was just Clerk Martel did respond to my follow-up question, which was that municipal representative on this. I believe the transition does move to one representative from each municipality, and then there are a few different public appointees from across the region. So I look forward to that report coming back. Thank you for that, Clerk Martel.
As do I. Any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Mr. Mayor, back to you.
Thank you, Councilor Lowhead. And I have one item under my name for corporate administration. So administration, and that's the minutes of the Natural Gas Expansion Task Force unapproved minutes of November 29th, 2023. Could somebody care to move those minutes? Councillor Wickens. Councillor Allen. I don't know, Councillor Elwood, if you wish to address those minutes as the chair of the, or if you have any comments with regards to those sets of minutes. That you have to.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen, through you to the council, staff, and the public. Basically, we received some information back from Enbridge on some potential expansion within Grey Highlands. There were a couple of options of how that could unfold. One, that there would be enough users that it would be self-financed under sort of the 40-year plan that they have for expanding natural gas distribution. The second one, which is where we landed, is that there would be enough people potentially signing up to the project that would require the municipality to kick in with some funding, and those numbers are fairly scary. And the third is that there would be a phase 3 provincial program that could fund projects like this. So we're at this point receiving this information, and we will be reaching out to our MPP to see where and if phase 3 is going ahead, working with Enbridge. But there is opportunity here. It's just it's, I think, beyond the realm of being financed through the municipality.
Yeah, I think one area is over 3 million, other one is 4 or close to it, right? So unless there's phase 3 funding, and I know personally I was disappointed. Two other members are Councillor Allen and Chair Councillor Allwood, that we were waiting for ACON to do the analogy to see whether it could be done on its own. And part of that was, I think we were explained at one time that if it was able to stand on itself, then they would go back into the billing of the new customers over 4 years and draw the capital costs out of those billings. Obviously, the math didn't make a sense or didn't work for that particular model. So basically, it's as we did at our last council meeting, we asked council to support that resolution for the government of Ontario to support a higher subsidy part if there is ever to be natural gas expansion. So we're at the mercy of that, I guess you will say, in the sense of where that is at. But I guess, Councillor Alwood, in the sense of our mandate, I guess we've sort of task force really has met its mandate, I guess, almost in the sense of followed up, and that was our big one is there a possibility to expand? And I don't know if you want to follow up on that, Councillor Elwood.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. I mean, yes, I mean, the final task of the task force would be to report back to council. I think we need to probably just explore whether phase 3 is right, because certainly doing this sort of work moves us or increases the possibility if there were to be phase 3 funding that we might be eligible. Obviously, Enbridge and Acon have done some work, and but again, it would be contingent on any expansion in this area would be contingent on a phase 3 funding project from the province. So other than perhaps reaching out to our MPP for some final input on that, I think we'll be reporting back to council fairly soon. Thank you.
I don't know, Councillor Allen, if you have any comments for being on that, not trying to make any comments. It's just you're a part of that task force.
Yeah, just to echo your thoughts. It was a little disappointing to get that $3 and $4 million number. I think we were all thinking and hoping that the 40-year financing would be sufficient. Just one other item. I don't know if it was just the task force members or if all of council got a email about this saying how much it is, $16,000 to $20,000 per residence, where a heat pump is $12,000 with rebates available. And that's very true if it's a house, and it has to be a house that I'm assuming that has, you know, the infrastructure, if you can, in the building, like ductwork and things like that. And that doesn't take into consideration large farms or commercial or industrial buildings. So it's not quite as simple as those numbers. So anyways, hopefully phase 3 comes along and we can make a decision, or maybe we should there be a motion today to apply for phase 3 funding if it comes along? Or does that come in our final report, perhaps?
My thoughts on that maybe is Roma's coming up. Maybe there will be an announcement. Like sometimes either Roma or AMO, sometimes the province does make those announcements. I know AMO of 2022, I asked a question of are they going to do phase 3, and they said they would. But now so Todd, what's his name? Todd Smith. Part of this phase 3, they're going through that review process before they announce the phase 3. So obviously our input on that motion last meeting will be important. So I would say let's sort of wait and see when they make that announcement, and and what dollars are associated. And it gives us an opportunity, probably those that are attending Roma, that we could talk to our local MVP, or maybe he'll be around during the next couple of weeks to have that conversation if you happen to run into him as well. So yeah, I don't know. Any other comments on those minutes? So sorry, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair or Mayor McQueen. Just a question. You guys are commenting on the $3 to $4 million for the expansion. Can you just give us an idea of what size that expansion is or was planned for, and how significantly went into Greyhounds?
So maybe I'll pass that over to the chair, and I have some comments from that. Councillor Alwood, do you have any wish to speak to that?
Thank you. I thought that presentation was attached to the minutes, but I'm having trouble finding it here. So there was some different routes, 2 different routes, and a number of households and potential locations. So it does exist. I don't have that committed to memory.
It was around 800 households.
Yeah.
One loop was down Railroad 4 to 13 into Eugenia, and then the other loop was across Railroad 12 down Railroad 3.
Sorry.
To Hutchinson's Corners across that.
Yeah.
But I think it's important that maybe in that final report that I think it does get back to all council, because that's very important. It was sort of generated back when Cabana was our planner a year and a half, 2 years ago. And he generated a report that sort of had the number of possible. Michael Benner created a report to our task force that sort of created a number of possible future of what am I going to say, like future expansion, like people that could expand or businesses or whatever. And that was the 2 loops. There was also a further one on Gray Road 4, that the possibility of going down 4 or connecting up to 2 into Dundalk, and that would be more up your C4s or that higher commercial type. And Ice River Springs, because of Ice River Springs. And the reason why we sort of did that preliminary part is I remember talking to Bill Walker back when those that were successful during the phase 2, the ones that, because it was oversubscribed, like that phase 2 was oversubscribed. But if you were able to demonstrate a good cross section or more different type of users, then it seemed like you qualified, or those that were successful were successful in that. For like the last one was Newstat was phase 2 recently, and I think they're all installed now, but that was like a year and a half, 2 years ago. And the other one was Aaron Eldersley, that did an expansion that they also got funding. I don't know if they were like phase 1 or whatever. But so we looked at the part of Gray, because there was comments received from the agricultural side, which, you know, I know was looked upon as the residential side of that. But on your commercial or farm side, you're probably looking at, you know, systems out there, either grain dryers or C4s or like Ice River Springs, that it's a bigger number, right? It's a really big number. And obviously we don't have natural gas in those areas. And that was sort of something that was in part of that conversation. But again, Michael Benner at the time did generate a report that looked at the possibilities of users for an expansion. So I think from that, I think maybe to the chair of that, I think when we wrap up that report, that all that good information needs to be included in all that background information. So it's in our whole report, then, and it's there to work the start, because this task force started the last term and then rolled into this term of council as well. Yeah. I think Councillor Allen, you have a comment.
Just some quick information. The Markdale route was 3,534,934,000 for 265 potential attachments. And the Flesherton route was $4,703,784 for 435 potential attachments. Plus, there would be 40 years of what do you call it? A surcharge on the gas bill for that particular property, each individual property. So a lot of money.
Okay, any other questions, comments then? So yeah, stay tuned on that one. So so it was moved by Councillor Rickon, second by Councillor Allen, that council receives the unapproved minutes of November 29th, 2023 of the natural gas expansion task force meeting for information. Any further comments there? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. All right, we have a consent agenda items. So are there any of those items wish to be pulled for separate discussion? If not, can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Wickens, that the items on the consent agenda be approved with the exception, which there were none. Any discussion on item 14.1, 14.2, 14.3? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Motions for which notice was given. Sweet. So, item 15 on our agenda, Affordable Housing Committee of the Whole, Councillor Dubik, notice was provided on December 6th, 2023 council meeting, and I'll pass this item over to you, Councillor Dubik.
Great, thank you. So it reads that JQ Built be contracted to request that they provide additional education, to council at the committee of the whole meeting already scheduled for education on affordable housing. So JQ Built is a nonprofit organization. It's comprised of I think it's about 9 municipalities around the Winnipeg area. They've come together to build out childcare facilities. So they built this sort of childcare facility box, kind of a kit, and they're able to implement them very quickly. And other municipalities throughout Manitoba have also joined up to get these childcare facilities built very quickly. Their next step, as I understand, is to take a look at affordable housing, so affordable housing etiquette. And so I thought it would be interesting to hear their learnings, and it may give us ideas about how we could move maybe more quickly with our partners, municipality within the region, with the county. So again, it's just an opportunity to build on and listen to what other people have figured out, what other municipalities have figured out, and learn from that.
So just before I go to others, you're moving that then, Councillor Dubig?
I am.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Lowhead? And just building on that, are you looking at a committee of the whole meeting that will be encompassing on affordable housing? So what do you feel that the time frame on this one would be during that particular meeting?
Yeah, so we already have an affordable housing committee of the whole scheduled. So we would just add on to that agenda. I think as I understand, there would be time, and maybe this would be, maybe 30 minutes to an hour, I think after we have a conversation, once we have sort of the opportunity to connect with them and organize.
So I take it there's some response from staff. I see a mic. Madam Deputy Clerk.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor McQueen. There is a committee of the whole scheduled. I believe it's the February one, but I will have to confirm that. I don't have that in front of me right now. That we already have the Town of Blue Mountains coming to present. I believe Councillor Lowhead's notice, or Collingwood. Sorry, my apologies. And so we were going to piggyback on that same one if they were able to attend that same meeting.
Right. Okay. Any follow-up, Councillor Dubik, or nothing on that? Yeah. Okay. This is you've basically read the motion, so it's moved by yourself, Councillor Lowhead. Other comments on this particular item? The one thing that comes to mind is what is in Grey Highlands and in Grey County, what is the of right as of today? Because it is a little bit confusing. You can put a secondary unit, but I know the province has changed it, that you can go, and they talk about it in that Collingwood report, is ADUs, additional dwelling units. I don't know, when we're heading up to that, and maybe you or I, Councillor or Deputy Mayor Nielsen, can follow up on what is, or maybe our planner, what is the of right that you can do today? Because I understand it's 3. But it's important that we know, and as we're having this meeting, the community knows, because I think it's a fantastic tool that allows things to move forward on that ability for housing. So I have Deputy Mayor, and then I have Councillor Wickens.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. Just a comment on your conversation starter there. I believe at the county, the recent official plan change of the county changed it to allow for up to 3 dwelling units on a residential property. Proposed in our draft, just highlighting those words because it's still not official, zoning bylaws amendment to change it to that with Greyhounds would allow up to 4 units as of right on a residential lot. Now that could be like a quadplex concept. I don't think it necessarily means 4 singular detached units on one property. But then also in Grey Highlands, we have changed the rules around minimum size housing. And so it's strictly to the level of the building code. So you could have, sorry, we're just getting an echo through the microphone there. You could have a small, I think it's like a 280 square foot housing unit as an additional dwelling unit in the backyard of your property, provided it meets the other setbacks required for your neighbors and such. But yeah, so I think those are as of rights as far as I understand it, but I'm sure that will change a little bit as we move forward with our zoning bylaw and get.
But a lot of
that moved
times it's
forward.
the official plan that says you can do it and the zoning bylaw says how you can do it. And I know that as we talked about the ADUs, the presentation from Collingwood, they had 3 examples. A detached, a basement, above a garage, but there's many options that, or it could be all 3, possibly, I don't know. Now, the tricky part is you have water and sewer, but if you're in a rural lot, well, then you have to have the adequacy of space and septic as well. Councilor Lohead, before I go to Councilor Wiggins, you had something to add to that? I'll go separately.
Just quickly, Deputy Mayor had said, on residential lots up to triplex or 3 ADUs as of right, but I believe it's only fully serviced residential lots. Is that not correct? As of right. But I mean, this confusion at this table, is a good indication as to why we need this committee of the whole.
That's my whole point, because I know the county talked about doing a report, and I think it was more on the servicing aspect for rural lots. And I don't know where that report is. And that's what I'm saying is if we can't figure it out, how can anybody else? So we need to get our facts. We need to know the facts, and it's moving. Because I think about 10 years ago, we allowed it in our official plan, and we did an amendment to allow a secondary unit a long time ago when the province first announced it. But Councilor Wiggins.
Yes, Councillor Lohead beat me to the punch there. I believe that I remember hearing that these 2 were allowed on rural residential, and I think 3 or more had to be fully serviced lots, I believe.
Right.
I don't know, maybe if Manager Rapke could, maybe he doesn't know either. I'm not sure, but.
Or maybe it's a gray area and they're just not sure. I don't know. I think if Manager Rapke is available, if not, I understand. Was the last time we queued in, he was on the phone. Right, so I don't know if is he available at all, or?
Just a point of order, Member Queen, perhaps. Point of order, Member Queen, perhaps this is the conversation we should have when we actually get to this committee of the whole.
Well, if he doesn't know, he needs to find out as well. So I'm gonna push that. I'm gonna ask Manager Rapke, if he is available to have some insight on that, because I think it's prudent to the point we're having that discussion. Right, Councilor Dubik, you have other thing to add?
Yes, so just a quick update. The committee of the whole is scheduled for March.
Oh, March?
Yes.
We should be done budget by then.
So I think we'll get an answer.
Right, all right. So Manager Rapke is coming? Okay. Right. I know the county was doing a report at one time to look at that type of servicing for, I think, rural, but you could have a 10,000 square foot house that would have more than 3 units. That would be on a tertiary or a regular septic system, depends on the land mass. And I think also there is all the setbacks. I know the town of Collingwood also has funding. I mean, we changed it at our at the county and here that we do not charge development charges on additional units, but they also go to the step of having funding. Manager Rapke, good afternoon. We have all kinds of afternoon time, so we thought we would bother you a little bit by asking you a question around ADUs and what is at the current as of right. And this is sort of leading up to our committee of the whole, when we're having that meeting in March, that when we do present, we do have the facts. And it's more or less, if you don't have the numbers today, that's fine. But we just want to make sure when we get to that meeting, we are up to date on what is of right and what is proposed and all that stuff. So are you able to shed any light on that?
Yes, so is the question, how many ADUs can you have as of right on a lot by our zoning bylaw or by the Planning Act changes effectively?
Yes, basically at this point, yes.
Okay, so the province in one of the bills, 23 or 109, whatever the big bills they did recently with the Planning Act amendments, they effectively amended everybody's zoning bylaw. So the wording says no zoning bylaw shall have the effect of prohibiting, and then it lists out some stuff. So it defines what a fully serviced residential lot is. So if something's zoned residential, in our case in Markdale or Amick, that the province's wording applies to those places. And it says your zoning bylaw has no authority to prohibit effectively 3 units on a lot. And it talks about the combinations, and they're essentially, you can have what is a triplex. So you can have one building with 3 distinct units under code within it with no detached ADU, or you can have a duplex, so one building with 2 units under code plus a detached ADU. I think that's the full combination. It doesn't say you could have one principal and then an ADU, what would constitute the ADU of having 2 units. You could theoretically tinker with that in your zoning bylaw if you wanted to. Anyway, that's in effect now in residentially zoned, fully serviced areas. It gets a little tricky because it doesn't amend things like lot coverage or setbacks or height or anything like that. And if you already had a framework in place that regulates those things with respect to ADUs, those elements of a zoning bylaw can still kind of hold you up a little bit with in terms of as of right implementation of what the province has gone forward with. It also prevents you from establishing, I think, more than 1 parking space per unit as a requirement for those 3 spaces. If we talk about the countryside, it didn't touch that. So in the countryside, you're allowed 2 units on a lot. Whatever we already had in place in our zoning bylaws is still in effect. It effectively says you can have 2 houses, and the same provisions that would apply to your principal house apply to the second house. And then at a county official plan level, they have added permission at an OP level in the countryside to have 3 units on 1 countryside lot. I can't remember specifically if it says they could all be 3 detached, or if one is, I think one might have to be within the main dwelling and then a second one. I'd have to double check on that. Our official plan has not followed suit with that yet, so that would have to be updated. However, technically your zoning bylaw could bypass that because the provincial mandate has already, no, that'd only be within relation to fully serviced. Anyway, we would have to tinker with that a little bit in respect to the countryside to go to 3 units there, but that's effectively the framework in effect now.
Well, thank you very much for that, Manager Rupp, because that, I think, helps us a little bit. And I know when at the housing forum, it was in Meaford, in which we're getting a presentation from the town, they had a pretty laid out, they knew their stuff. And it was drawings and all that stuff was laid out there. And I think moving forward, if we want to promote this, then we need it laid out so people understand it as clear as clear. And if there's things we have to do moving our planning processes, then that's something that we'll have to tinker with as well. But no, I think that was very helpful. Thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
Any comments, questions on that clarity? Because I think that's important when we get to that meeting that we have that information, right? All right, any other conversation or discussion on the motion that's at hand? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. All right. Next one is 15.2 level 3 building inspection. Councilor Allen, I'll pass this over to you and explain it.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. I think this one's pretty straightforward. Before we do any major renovations to a municipal building, we should have a full level 3 inspection to understand everything that facility needs, instead of going ahead and perhaps spending $100,000 and then finding there's other issues.
So can you explain what a level 3 inspection is?
Uh-oh. Maybe I'll go to our facilities. It was brought up during budget. So I guess the answer is no, I cannot. But we did discuss this during budget talks and
so there's a checklist of certain items that have to be, and it has to be done by an engineer. I don't know if Director Harris is available or not. Why that happening? So you removing this as
yes,
read out. Do I have a seconder for this, Council Deputy Mayor? Okay, fantastic. Director Harris, I don't know if you heard the question, but I asked a question. What is a level 3 building inspection? And maybe you were able to shine some light.
Thank you so much for the question. You kind of caught me off guard here, so I'm scrambling. It is, I'm trying to look it up as I speak, and I haven't found it right in front of me with all the technical details, but it is, we are currently looking at doing one for Kimberly Hall. As you know, it is done by an engineering firm to look at the structural, most of it's around the structural integrity of a building. And I'm sorry, I have not found it yet. But if
I think-
this notice of motion goes forward, we will provide all those details to you in a follow-up report.
No, I appreciate that. I think that helps. Councillor Allen?
I just remembered what it was. It says a level 3 building survey will provide a comprehensive assessment of the structure and condition. So basically, the important part is structural.
Right.
You know,
You want to put
cosmetic things aren't
Yeah.
that important, but it also includes estimated costs of any repairs that are required. The details provided in this type of survey will give you a thorough understanding of what you are either buying or dealing with, so.
So probably in a comparison would be the Chatsworth Arena probably didn't meet that test and they tore it down. If you remember that, it was structurally beyond probably saving. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. Maybe a question for Councillor Allen, just in terms of his perspective of his notice of motion. I'm wondering if we want to be clear on like the definition of the size of extensive renovations. Some of the works that get done, like discussed in the budget, is some fireproofing doors or doors or windows being replaced is one thing, but then doing the roof of a structure or doing an addition to a structure for perhaps accessibility needs or something like that, we should be looking at more over what structural components need to get done. I'm just wondering if as part of the motion, should we be more specific on the scope of renovations that would be prevented until the level 3 design is done?
I'll go back to the mover, Councillor Allen.
Well, I think it would have to be a major renovation, so that needs to be defined. And when this policy comes back in draft form, I would hope that those things are in there because, yeah, we don't want to spend a lot of money on an inspection if, as you say, we're just replacing fire doors and things like that. So whether it's a certain dollar amount that the renovation is going to be, or some other way of measuring it. But yes, it wouldn't be for every building that we do a little bit of work on.
So probably an example like the Priceville Community Center where they're looking at putting a wheelchair ramp. You'd want to do that to make sure structurally it was probably. Okay, Councillor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. Do we have an assessed value of each one of these buildings? Is that written somewhere?
Through the asset management.
So yeah, so I guess what I was just thinking is, it could be the some percentage of the assessed value as the trigger for the major renovation.
Probably age too.
Yeah, some matrix. But
Like if you got a building like the Oshby Community Center that's 20 years old versus Priceville Community Center that's 55 years old or whatever it is, I don't know, but right. So, and that's going to come back in the report before it gets approved anyway, right? So I guess the other question I would have is how long is that level 3 building inspection good for? 5 years, 10 years? I don't know. If it's done by an engineer, like things change in a building too, but you'd hope it would be at least good for 5 years. I don't know, but that's something else that maybe can go back in the report as well. Or maybe forever, as long as there's an engineer stamp on it, right? All right, any other comments to the motion that's at hand? It was moved by Councillor Allen, second by Deputy Mayor. Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried unanimously. Third one, 15.3, review on the community grant program. Councillor Allen, notice presented at the December 6th, 2023 council meeting. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. Just going back to the report on our agenda earlier, there's a lot of requests for use of facilities, and it does have a dollar figure attached to it. I think that type of thing needs to be taken into consideration, and just the overall program. It's changed quite a bit from when it was first implemented, in my opinion. I had another thought that just left.
When you're thinking it, you're moving that, do I have a seconder for this request? Council Deputy Mayor. So while you're,
I can't remember what my other thought was.
we'll come back to you then.
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor and then Councilor Logan.
Thank you very much, Mayor McQueen. I think the community grant program was implemented and kind of started up beginning of last term of council. Prior to that, requests were based upon residents coming to council chambers and requesting for support or funding. And I think the premise of the community grant program was to help council understand the financial costs to the municipality for what we are delivering to the community. And now that we've had a few years under our belt of this program operating, I think it is time to do a full review. A large part of the premise behind the community grant program was about trying to assist community groups and activities and actions and events to become self-sustainable and to help fund to get them off the ground. And now it's perhaps being overprescribed to and utilized for continual support rather than just that sustainability project. So I do think it's time for us to have a conversation. I do think that that conversation would warrant some discussion with the community to help understand changes that we might be making to this program. There are a lot of groups that do utilize it now, and groups that like historically help to create the buildings that exist within the municipality, but that the municipality now owns due to the cost of operations. And so as a municipality, we need to be consider that we're looking at a significant budget request this term, this particular year. We've seen the building conditions assessment report come in as to what's on the horizon for a lot of these buildings. And the only way to make these buildings sustainable is to really be working with the community to put the right dollars into that. In order to that, we need to have funds coming in from rentals and such. So I do appreciate Councillor Allen bringing this motion forward and a chance to really kind of fully review this program.
Will say that from all the years I've been on council, the municipality has always owned the buildings. It just, there was probably more autonomy to the groups that were a part of them, right? So I think Councillor Lohead, did you have a comment? Oh, okay. Councillor Allen, did you think about what you were thinking about what you're going to say?
Well, I have some other things, but I'm going to use Kimberly Hall as an example where we're looking at perhaps some major costs to repair and looking at requests. One request, 288 hours at an approximate value of $5,159. I think for all our buildings, the community, they shouldn't expect us to be able to afford to repair and renovate these buildings if they're just used without any kind of income. I remember, and some of you will have heard this story, but there's new people on council and new staff. Go back years ago to Split Rail Festival. I was on that committee for 2 decades, and we paid full rental for the arena and Kinplex grounds for the weekend, and we paid our own insurance, and we were still able to give back to the community tens of thousands of dollars each year, which back in the 70s and 80s, 10 or 15, 20,000 was a lot of money. So it's totally gone the other way. The groups want to use the facilities for free. They want us to pay for the insurance. And I would be okay with that is if we were getting the equivalent or more back put into those buildings, but I'm not seeing that money coming back. It maybe comes back in ways, not cash money, but things for people to do, events to go to, but it still needs to somehow support those buildings. And at this point, I don't believe it is.
Okay. Other comments? Certainly from a lot of the older community groups that a lot of times they had fundraising events that went back into the community, and they I know they would see a project that was sort of important for that building, and they would fundraise at least a portion of it or some money that would go back into that, and then maybe the municipality would match it or however. But okay, any other comments then? That's for the council direct staff to undertake a review of the community grant program, moved by Councillor Allen, second by Deputy Mayor Nielsen. Okay, seeing no other comments, all in favor? That is carried unanimously. All right, item 16, are there any new notice of motions? Councillor Wiggins.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. So during our recent budget deliberations, I don't know if I was the only councillor that was caught off guard, but the way I guess that the staff compensation package was delivered, and I didn't think that we got enough, or I didn't think that I got enough time to, I guess, mull it all over. And so I would like to request to go back into a closed session meeting and with all of the pay scales and pay grids and stuff like that. I don't know if that's possible.
I'm just gonna look at it procedurally, how the best way. So Madam Clerk, procedurally, how is the best way to request or deputy clerk, however, we haven't got to the bylaw that informs or makes everything law today, so we're still a clerk and deputy clerk. So how is the best way for the request that Councillor Wiggins is making the request for?
Thank you, through you, Mayor McQueen, to Councillor Wiggins and the rest of council. Technically, when you're discussing just the grid itself, it is not a closed session item. The information contained in that can be discussed in an open session of council. Where it goes into closed session is if there's issues with an individual person's income coming in. So if you've got an issue where there's and I'm not really good with the finance stuff or the HR stuff, but if you've got an issue with pay equity, for instance, and it affects an individual employee, you can go into closed session and discuss that. But the general nature of a pay band for the organization does not go into closed session.
So, but if an individual wants to speak about a certain ban and making a change, that's still
No,
open?
it has to be an individual person. It has to be their personal information. How much they get paid is personal information.
Right.
The amount that's being paid to a certain
Group.
sect or section of staff is not personal information. It's corporate information.
Okay, I'll go back to Councillor Wiggins.
Okay, so I was thinking about certain bands that have more than one person. I don't know what we'd have to do, but with Sia Govan, if we wanted to speak about hers, because I guess she's the only one. But
The pay band
Yeah.
is public information.
okay,
How much what step she's at, what that
Mhm.
kind of stuff
Yep.
would be her personal information. But
Okay.
you would, the only thing you could talk in closed session is the step that she's at.
okay,
But I guess the other thing is procedurally, if an individual wishes to have that meeting, what's the process on requesting that particular mission? No, but, so you just make that through a notice of motion, you make that request, or just make that request on an upcoming agenda? So I got Madam CEO.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. So a couple of things here. I just want to ask for clarification from the clerk under closed session under labor relations and employee negotiations, if there's a definition for that. And secondly, I think what Mayor McQueen is asking is if council chooses to go into closed session, how do they do that at this late stage in the agenda? Thank you.
And I think just for clarity, that Councillor Wiggins is asking a notice of motion of a future time, right? I think that's what you're asking for, Madam Clerk.
We'd say to go about what Councillor Wiggins is requesting is that council, a notice of motion, that council add an item to an upcoming agenda related to X. And then we can go through those kind of nuances of what exactly it is that wants to be discussed to determine what can go in and what can't go in. In relation to the labor relations employee negotiations, unfortunately, there is no actual definition for that in the Act. However, the Ombudsman's Office, their website has a number of case studies about closed meeting investigations that have occurred where municipalities have been found to be illegally going into closed session and what those repercussions are related to those kinds of items that could be looked into depending on what the actual item is. That's why you'll always have me say, okay, but what is it you want to talk about so we can do that kind of research in advance.
Thank you for that information. Madam CEO, and then I'll go back to Councillor Wiggins.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen, through you. So When the new pay bands were presented, I did speak with our HR manager and asked her to ask the HR group how this is handled in other municipalities. And it was about a 50-50 split where, 50% went into closed session and 50% stayed into open session. There are other parameters that need to be discussed, such as succession planning. And when you're talking about succession planning, we know that that is permissible to go into closed session. I would
about individual.
suggest at this point that perhaps we contact the ombudsman's office and speak to them exactly about what council is requesting to go into the closed session on, and see if they, would support that discussion in closed session, so that, we know upfront. The other suggestion I would have is the next council meeting, I believe, is scheduled for January 20th.
Third Wednesday.
17th, that should council be permitted to go into closed session to have that discussion, that we would do it at a budget committee of the whole, so not to hold up the process, if that's a
Possibility.
Yeah.
So going back to Councilor Wickens, you got some information. Your originally request was for a notice of motion. Generally, if you're making a notice of motion, you don't get into all the detail about what it is. You stick to what it is and you bring that notice of motion forward. But I allowed some flexibility just to get clarity on what you wanted to ask for. So. Councilor.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. Yeah, there needed to be clarity whether was going to be open or closed. I just wanted to discuss some individual pay bands. There's a couple bands in there, especially that I think one's not going to get paid enough, and I think there's another band that's getting too much. That's what I want to talk about.
So I have that. So your notice of motion is to the ability to have a special meeting or a meeting that could be open and closed, depending on what research comes back. So your notice of motion then basically is to request that meeting. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? Is that how we would word that? How he would word that notice of motion? I'm just trying to.
Yeah, it would just be that council.
Wickens.
I'm just trying to look at the agenda and see what. Oh, right. This is a new notice of motion. We don't have to have the wording for the motion right now.
No.
He's just providing notice. We will work with him to make sure that that motion is worded appropriately for the next council meeting.
Okay, so you work with that, Madam Deputy Clerk.
Through you, Mayor McQueen, I just wanted to clarify, is this on the current pay ban or the proposed pay ban?
Good point.
Thank you. Yeah, the proposed pay band, Deputy Clerk.
Okay. So a little bit of latitude there, just in getting the understanding of how that would move forward. Are there any other notice of motions? I think we'll give everybody a break and we'll get into the new year, right? And we'll come back. Mind you, the next council meeting is the third weekend. Yeah, so if you're thinking of things and it's going to be a month from now, if there's anything you wish to bring forward, now's the time. I think mine can wait. Deputy Mayor.
Just for clarity, Mayor McQueen, we can provide notice of motion to the staff prior to the council agenda going out, which is 2 weeks beforehand. So
yeah, that's right.
There's still 2 weeks to think about your notice of motions.
That's true.
Enjoy your family time, have them all yell at you, but what they want to see done in the municipality will come back.
Right. Good point. All right, so there aren't any other notice of motions. We'll move on then to county highlights. Deputy Mayor, do you wish to start us off?
Certainly, Mayor.
We're busy with budgeting.
Oh. Councilor Wickens, did you have your hand up? So want to talk?
Oh, sorry, did I miss you? Sure, go ahead.
No, I just was wondering if we could just have a short break.
Yep. 1:54, can we come back at 2:05?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. the day for. Okay. Since we were just talking about the Polar Bear Express, we'll move back into council. At this point, we're at item 17 and county council highlights. We've had some county council, but we've had lots to highlight. So I'll start with the deputy mayor. You can go first. We've had quite a few budget meetings.
Thank you very much, Mayor McQueen. Yes, there's a few different things to talk about for the county council highlights. Just particularly to the last county council meeting, we did have the inaugural meeting took place December 5th. That was discussed during our last council meeting. We did Brian Milne didn't proclaim the warden again, but moving into our county council meeting from last week. There was discussion, a notice of motion came from Mayor Matrasoff from the town of Blue Mountains regarding communication and cooperative work between the county and the town of Blue Mountains for a few different roads in the town of Blue Mountains, the 21, 26, and 19 discussions. The county council has been, Grey County has been moving forward with a project on Grey Road 19 coming into the town of Blue Mountains. And I believe there's some discussion from the town of Blue Mountains about whether or not that's the roundabouts are the best priority, or whether we should be focusing on Highway 21 and 26 or Grey Road 21 and Highway 26. Council had a delegation from our very own Councillor Allwood with discussions from the multi-municipal energy working group regarding battery storage systems. There was it actually sparked quite the conversation at the county council table regarding a battery storage device that's already been proposed in the Meaford area, and that the Meaford Council was looking for pretty quick support to move forward with limited information. So it was quite a conversation that got started at the county table. Councillor Allwood's report does kind of highlight the deficiencies in the speed at which we're trying to move with our energy projects versus the information and ability for municipality to be prepared for these projects coming into our areas. A lot of it stems from risk and liability regarding our own rural fire departments, volunteer fire departments, and our abilities to deal with the critical failure of these battery operations. Grey County is also working on the budget. So the final budget as ended on Friday, the 24th, sorry, what did I say? 24th? On Friday, last week was 6.3% levy increase from the county. The county started at a 14.5%. There was significant discussions and deliberations pre-draft budget coming forward to county council, as well as during the 2 full-day county meetings that took place on the county budget. Ultimately, there are some significant changes to service delivery. One of those is a significant $438,000 reduction to the Grey Transit route transit application for the Grey County. The concept is to just utilize the funding that is provided from the province and not increase that funding with a levy impact. There are changes to the Economic Development Department. There was changes to, I think, climate initiatives at the county council. All of this will come forward in the final draft budget or final budget, I believe, in January. Being new, Mayor McQueen, you may want to further the process of budget at the county, so it's a little different than here. And then there was discussions from our Economic Development Officer, Savannah, regarding the community improvement plan at the county. So previous years, the county had supplied lower tier municipalities with $20,000 a year. This year, 2023, was the last year of that $20,000 contribution from the county level. The county is going to continue the plan and the program. What this will do is allow the county to continue to work with the lower tier municipalities regarding heritage tax grants or improvement tax grants, which have more property tax relief programs, more about allowing developers to build and then have the phase-in approach to their municipal taxes come in. But they won't be contributions to our municipal levy or municipal CIP program. Grey Highlands does have its own contribution to a CIP, so I believe our program itself will continue, but it will be reduced from the county's portion. Mayor McQueen, anything else you wish to add?
Yeah, just to follow up, thank you, Deputy Mayor Nilsson. You asked me the question about next budget process. We usually talk about it usually the last Friday in January, but I don't see anything booked here. So it may just come in a report to a next county council. I'm wondering that because we've done all this pre-work prior to, because generally it usually we usually have a day in January, like last year and stuff like that. So, question, Councillor Rickens.
Yeah, just thank you. Just a quick question for Dane. You mentioned Gray Road 21, or did you mean Highway 21?
So I believe it's Gray Road 21.
Right.
In the town of.
The base of Blue Mountains.
Yeah.
Base of
So
Blue Mountains.
the town of Blue Mountains is wanting to see county focus on Gray Road 21 and then work with the MTO to do further planning for Highway 26. That travel corridor is a priority for the town of Blue Mountains. Currently, Gray County is suggesting implementing 2 roundabouts on Gray Road 19, coming from the Village of Blue destination resort through County Road 19 as you head towards the village of Collingwood or the town of Collingwood. The intersections that those 2 roundabouts are located are areas that have seen significant development in the town of Blue Mountains, that have seen a significant development of what was believed to be kind of weekend resort housing, but has now become more full-time residential housing with bus stops being required for the children that live in that development. So there's, from the town of Blue Mountains perspective, a change into the demographics and whether or not we need 19 to be a throughfare or whether that should be handled differently than a roundabout structure. The Gray County, as far as I understand, has been planning the roundabout concept on Gray Road 19 for a number of years. During this term, this year of 2023, we did purchase lands needed to be expanding the size of the roadway in order to facilitate the roundabouts. So from myself, this is a little bit new news to me in terms of how this is progressing. Mayor McQueen's been up at the county a couple of years. He might have more details on that relationship on Gray Road 19.
So I thought I saw 21. Yeah, 21 is the town line or Ulster Bluff Road onto 26, sorry. So that's 21 comes back from Mountain Road. So Mountain Road North is County Road 21. I know I was a little confused that because I know what you're saying about over in Bruce County, right? So yeah, that's a major issue there with traffic coming off Highway 26 and on 19 and if that helps or whatever. And I just had the courtesy of going to my Google. Other comments, they've created, help me out here, Deputy Mayor, they've created a budget committee that you're part of. I say County Council has created a budget committee. Do you want to speak to that?
Sorry, Member King, you are correct. Gray County Council during the budget deliberations did propose the formation of a financial committee for Gray County. Gray County staff have suggested that the county moves to a multi-year operational budget. This would help to facilitate budget discussions throughout the year rather than seeing large changes to the budget just at the budget time. So county council was asked of interested parties in being on that financial committee. I was surprised to hear that only Councillor Gregg, Councillor Eccles, and myself were the 3 who had put in our names as support for this. The terms of reference were created to suggest 4 members of county council plus the warden and then staff. So Councillor Mackey has put his name forward, so he will be joining as well. So the 4 members of the county council would be Scott Gregg, Deputy Mayor for Owen Sound, Kevin Eccles, Mayor for West Gray, Scott Mackey, Mayor for Chatsworth, and myself. I will say, because I would have said the same thing at the county council table, one of the reasons why I put my name in was during the discussions, we've heard some significant conversations from Councillors Gregg and Eccles on their position that the county needs to focus their priorities to the core, what I would say is a core mandate of what the county council is supposed to do. I would disagree with that. And so I figured that they would put their names forward. So I put mine there. So that way we could have
wholesome discussion.
fulsome discussion and debate regarding the county's financial picture.
Any questions, comments to county council report? I know that, I don't know if you have anything to follow up on that, Councillor Elwood, and you did do a presentation to county council, and I know the one thing that came out of that presentation that you presented was the fire marshal has to determine yet the criteria around battery storage, or if you want to speak to that or not.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. Through you, yes, I mean, the issue with these systems, there's a couple of them that were highlighted during the presentation. One is that, you know, these things are being classified as an on-farm diversified use. And the one proposed in Meaford is actually 300 meters from the county office. The only public meeting that was held was in Bogner. The municipality of the city of Owen Sound, rather, or Georgian Bluffs, 150 meters away, there's residential houses, weren't consulted. So the issue of one, using farmland, consulting neighboring municipalities when these units are placed, and these are large, you know, 17, 20 acre projects. In the case of the one in Meaford, it's 100 megawatts. And I believe in speaking with the mayor of Meaford, they were quick to approve it because they wanted to show the public that there were other options other than the proposed pump storage project that's going on with TC up in Meaford also. But the real issue is municipalities were being asked to make substantive decisions without much information. So there's no standards in place in terms of setbacks, fire safety. I know that, you know, it was discussed at this council and we passed a resolution that we wouldn't support any of these battery energy storage systems in Grey Highlands until the ministries and the Office of the Fire Marshal had appropriate regulations in place. So it was really just highlighting that. There was a lot of interest at the county. I've been asked, the group has been asked to present at West Grey early in January. So we did present to Bruce County at the same time. There's a lot of interest on what the potential public safety issues that we have with these units and what they are, according to the December 11th press release from the IESO, the Independent Electrical Service Operator, is that they are the storage suite for the next round of wind and solar and bioenergy renewables, basically, that will allow them to be able to become proponents for electricity generation that requires 4 hours of continuous service and up to on demand and 4 hours of continuous service. So it's so wind and solar will not be eligible for electricity generation unless they've got some sort of storage attached to it. And they're not only talking about new wind and new solar, but also upgrading existing projects, expanding existing projects. So we've got facilities in Grey County, which where the presentation was made, but in Grey Highlands that whose contracts are coming up for renewal, and the chances are that they'll be looking to upgrade those facilities. And you know, Grey Highlands spent a lot of time, even predating my involvement with council, on issues surrounding wind turbines and inappropriate setbacks. You know, we've got county roads that have had to be closed because blades have flown apart, basically, and the setbacks aren't sufficient. We've got roads where we've got to put up ice scatter warnings from, setbacks being, that's just for wind turbines. With battery energy systems, you're talking about, fires that take 150 firefighters 4 days to put out, toxic fumes, evacuation zones that could be in Southern California are required to be 400 meters and 800 meters stay inside type zones. And none of this is in place. And municipalities are being asked to sign municipal support resolutions. And if something goes horribly wrong with joint and several liability, the risk and the risk management aspect of it has to be considered too. So it was an interesting, I had 10 minutes to present. I thought I got my presentation done in 10 minutes, and then it seemed like an hour's discussion after that, but yeah, thank you. hopefully that was more than enough information.
But I think the bigger part is the Ontario Fire Marshal is yet to comment on processes or procedures or safety issues, right? And is that coming within 6 months, or is that something that's
That's the best information I had. I took a course, an online course with the fire marshal, with the municipal responsibilities. And I asked the question specifically. It applies not only to these situations, but the big battery energy plants that are being built in Ontario, and you know, they've got the same issues. These are and they had nothing in place at this time, is what is they gave me that response in writing.
Right. Okay. Councillor Wiggins, you're to add to that?
Just to add to Councillors Allwood's statements, I think that some of our member municipalities in the county of Grey, they all don't belong to the multi-municipal energy working group. So I think that they would be well served, because if I hadn't been on this, I would have known nothing about these battery energy storage systems, and I think it's not known in the public either.
Right.
It's going to hit everybody by surprise. So I think that I don't think that Meaford has a
Actually,
do they?
the deputy mayor approached me after the presentation and wanted information on joining the group. So, hopefully it'll spur some more information, more municipalities get involved with the group. It's not a huge fee, and the information we had and the access to professional engineering advice is well worth knowing.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, I think the mayor of Meaford asked the question, how can we get more information? And you should just join the club. All right. Any other questions, comments with regards to county council report? We have a motion then to receive that report. Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Dubik. All in favor? That is carried. All right, councillor privileges. Who wants to go first? Anybody wants to go first? Anybody? Oh, Deputy Mayor.
You're trying to say I'm talking too much, Mayor?
No, didn't see you there.
Didn't see me. I'm pretty flashy today. I just wanted to bring attention, tomorrow evening in Flesherton, there is an open invitation to come for caroling. The Henley Institute is putting it on, but it'll be outside, weather permitting. So hopefully everybody can come out to that.
What's the time on that again, sorry?
I believe it is 7:30 tomorrow evening.
At the church?
At the church in Flesherton. Now
you
you're
have to
making
come
me
knowing
question
songs?
that. I don't know the answer to that either. I have been told by my wife that I've been voluntold to show up to this one. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. You've all heard me sing "O Canada." Perhaps I'm not the best caroler, but I'll be there with spirit and gusto anyways. I also wanted to say to all the different schools that are located that are having their school Christmas concerts, I hope they're all going well. Today, because of council, I missed my child's, but I told my wife has videotaped it, so hopefully I'll get to see it this afternoon. But I hope they're all having fun and that all the children have a great, fantastic holiday break.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, things are sort of winding down as far as the community activities, but winding up for family activities for sure. Any other council privileges that are out and about? All right. Well, it's Councilor Dubik.
Yeah, so maybe we can just wish everybody a happy holiday, to all of council, to all of staff, to the whole municipality. Just wishing you all the best, and we'll see you in the new year.
It's a leap year, right? Oh, only every 4 years? Oh, it actually born on leap year? Oh, wow. Does that mean you get 2 Christmas birthday parties?
So Mayor McQueen, I was just saying that my child turns 3 next year on the leap day. And my daughter, we have said all along she turned a 1/4, 1/2, 3/4. And she utilizes this to her advantage on any board game that says the youngest person goes first. But as soon as that ends, she is 12 and she is an independent young lady I'm old enough to do this kind of stuff. I will say though, as an interesting side effect, and my apologies for delaying the council meeting further, in the county council budget, leap day is costing the county council $264,000 for 1 extra day of work.
Do we pass a motion not to have one? Or we could call it Doug Ford Day or something. The reason I say that was there was a day back in the 90s where it was Bob Ray days, and municipal staff had to take days off without pay. That was cut back then. All right. There was one I was going to say, and so before we move on, I see that just from an observation point, this is the colorful side, and this is the gray side.
Play for Gray Highlands.
Well, there you go. Yeah. It's just ironic that I was looking here, I got gray shirt, dark gray shirt, and then I was looking at Mandy. I don't know if that's a gray and a white or what is it? And I look on this side, I see color and Madam CEO's got a bit of a pinkish type, a Christmas shirt. So Chris, you and I are in the middle. Okay, very good. All right. Councillor Wiggins.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor McQueen. I just, from my family to yours, I wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. It's been a very interesting first year in council for me. So thank you.
Maybe since we have a few minutes and everybody's going to hate me to say this, is there any reflection back for the first year, especially those that are new on council? I don't know. There is a learning curve. It's you learn as you go along. I'm always learning. So I don't know if there's any comments, any observation? Councillor Lowhead.
Sure, thank you, Mayor McQueen. We've come a long way since our first meeting. Remember, if everybody remembers, it was 10 a.m. till 7:30 p.m.
We had to take a break,
and we hammered out the bylaws for the curbside collection. That was our introduction to council at Gray Highlands, and it was a wonderful crash course. Like to say, but it's been a real pleasure, and we've accomplished a lot, I think, and looking forward to 2024 and beyond.
Okay, and it's not only that, it's the networking you do when you get out to other municipalities that's so important as well. Any reflection, Councillor Dubik, or anybody on this side?
Yeah, again, I think it's a privilege to serve. It's been quite the year. It's only been a year, but it feels much longer than that. Yeah, so we've learned a lot, I would say. It is a crash course. It's a bit of a whirlwind, and but it's been so much fun at the same time. I think, the one piece that I truly do love is it's the connection to the community. And listening to the community and sort of bringing all that back to the council table. And also just a big thank you to staff. You guys always have our backs. Appreciate that. And really appreciate the guidance from the incumbents, the folks around the table who've been here for longer than, their first term, and to staff to helping us along.
Thank you for those comments. And I will say that officially, you're no longer rookies. Councillor Wiggins.
So I, just looking back over the year, and not so much in the first of the term, but I would say in the past couple months, I'm getting a lot of questions. What do you think about being a councillor? I don't know if it's the same for Joel and Nadia, but I said so far it's been a good experience. And I said one thing I've learned. I said when I ran for council, I was quite sure in my mind that every decision we made would be black or white. Hence the gray shirt. There is no such thing. There isn't. A lot of these decisions are really difficult. Trying to balance the money to the want of the constituents and the right thing for. It's not an easy job, and but I've enjoyed it so far, and I haven't had anybody phoning me and saying you're an idiot, and it's been mostly good comments. So, yeah, thank you.
They can't find your phone number.
Well,
just kidding. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. I'll perhaps invite you to comment on one of the first events of the new year. They may want to bring up now, as this is the last chance before the new year is come.
Well, yeah, so we've had this now. I'm gonna say, did we start in your term of council? Okay, so it's the mayor's levy. And it's by just what it is. Council persons are invited to come along with the community. It's a bit of a celebration of coming together in the first Saturday of January and some fellowship and some cake and some non-alcoholic drinks. And yeah, it's just an opportunity to have like the MPP and MP are invited. I'm not sure, Maya's not here. She's put out the feelers for those invited. We invite our community. We sort of possibly recognize somebody in our community, which I have in mind. And yeah, so hopefully everybody can come. I think it's 1 o'clock. There's public skating. I think it's 11:30 to 12:30. I think that day is it's going to be at the Flesherton Library. I think that's where it was held last year. I know the first year that Jackie was with us, I think we had freezing rain. That was an interesting year. And Jackie's running around and how am I going to do this? And there was something I'm trying to think, it was at Stan Baker's funeral, same day at the Ainsley United Church. But I will say a highlight of all the years of doing it was a number of years back. There was the 2 original gates here in Markdale, and there was a time capsule found. And I think for a while it was stored somewhere, and it was in my office almost a year. So we came up with the idea, why don't we open it up the day of the Mayor's Levy? So we had it over at the complex here, and Stan Baker, who was the past mayor of Markdale, was there. And so it was an old tin box, soldered. We had a hard time getting into that thing. We had a torch and a tin snips, and gosh, I think we had to use a hammer and a chisel or something to get into it. So it was well built back in 1948. I think it was 48 was the anniversary of the 100-year anniversary of the gates here. So that's when it was. And so we went through it, and it is down at the Grey Highlands Museum, and it's there. And I will say Stan Baker was there, and he was in his glory because he could relate to all the items that were in the time capsule, like pictures and newspaper articles and all that kind of stuff, because he was around. And so I thought that was sort of an interesting event. We don't always have time capsules to open up during the Mayor's Levy, but it was a fun time, and you know, everybody is anticipating what's in this thing, right? It rattled, right? I know Wilda came in one day and she wanted to look at it, and she took a real liking to it. And so anyway, it's down at the museum. Ask Peter. I think there was some inquiries about it recently. He probably wasn't real aware of it, but at the time it was sort of documented and stuff was there. So that's sort of part of moving forward in the new year with the new moving forward with a committee for the 175th anniversary for Markdale is to come up with a new time capsule as well. So yeah, so we've been doing that. A few municipalities do it on New Year's Day, which I think that's your day. That's family day. It's a community day. So we've tried to have it the following Saturday after New Year's, and sort you know, it's like from 1 to 3. So thanks for reminding me of that, Deputy Mayor. And it's an opportunity to sort of I'll give a little bit of a few words, and certainly but it's there for yourselves and the community, and just a reflection of some municipalities. If they have new Canadians, they'll have the Mayor's Levy, like maybe Collingwood or certain big larger centers. They'll have swearing in of new Canadians. Somebody said this morning that Canada is this year or this coming year is going to grow 1 million people, which is no wonder we have, you know, talk about housing and stuff like that, but 1 million people. So anyway, thank you for that. Is there any other items to bring in, Councillor Plovichus? Staff? Anything? This is the last meeting of the year. Chris, we've had a light year on snow. Well, snowed yesterday and a couple of days earlier, but I take it you probably hate it because I know myself around the farm, it just gets frozen up and then it gets muddy. And the roads get soft, and you gravel soft, and then you get it froze up, and then it snows. And then when you get 6 inches of snow, it doesn't freeze. Because how's everything with the roads, Chris? I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but I just thought why not?
To you, Mayor, it has been a challenging, what we'll call early winter. Part of the season. One thing to note is the amount of material that we utilize this type of condition. It really affects the sand dome when you don't have a solid base, snowpack base, and that -10, -15 stays consistent all through. So it's like you said, freeze on, melt off, apply, reapply. So
Right. Yeah, it's,
that's how it's going so far, but I see coming into Christmas, not that anybody should maybe look at the forecast in case it changes, that the long term looks fairly favorable for the Christmas break, which was a pretty tough go for the transportation department last winter. So hopefully they're able to enjoy Christmas at home with their family, at least the afternoon of it anyway. So
absolutely, because there was the day before Christmas, Christmas Day and Boxing Day. I know I was out and the guys were out, but they did a fantastic job. They called it, to the order and they did the job and allowed other people to get to their Christmases. So I think that was reflection. And I think I mentioned to you, Chris, that usually happens about every 8 to 10 years. Christmas is a snowy Christmas and you have to get out there and do the job. But again, I think from all of council, thanks. Bring it to staff. We appreciate what they do and thank you along with all our other staff as well. But you guys are the front lines out there and keeping everybody safe, right? So it's important and thanks again for that. So I'll maybe wait till the end and then we'll have somebody else maybe speak. All right. So next thing I know, we better get going or Councilor Wickens going to be calling for a break again here. Just kidding. Closed session. Moved by Deputy Mayor Nielsen, second by Councilor Allwood, that council proceed into closed session at, we'll give it 5 minutes, 2:40? 2:40? To discuss matters related to the following stormwater drainage easement, 239-2C-8A, sorry. Proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, and that the CAO Karen Govan, Director of Transportation Chris Cornfield, Deputy Clerk Amanda Van Elstein, and Clerk Raylene Martel remain in attendance. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor? Let us carry it. So I guess from the viewing public, we'll be going in a few minutes and close, and we'll be out as soon as we can. All right, we'll call this meeting from the open or closed session, and that a closed session meeting was held. And the closed session items that were identified were discussed in closed session, and Deputy Mayor has a motion.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. The council directs staff to complete the drainage easement being acquired from Ewing over Part 1, 16R 7861, and Tremblay over Part 2, 16R 7861, to be funded from the working capital reserve for a total cost of $7,025.
Do you have a seconder, Councillor Alwood? Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. All right, so moving on to the end of our agenda. I need a motion to reconfirm our confirming bylaw. Councillor Wickens, second by Councillor Allen. The bylaw 2023-153 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council on December 2023 be read first, second, and third time and finally passed, and the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same, notwithstanding any contrary provisions of council. Now, do you realize this is our last bylaw for this year? Well, it hasn't passed yet, but so is there any discussion on that? All in favor? That is carried. There are a list of meetings there. It will build as we move on. Our next big meeting will be budget meeting on January 4th and then council on the 17th. But since we did pass the procedural bylaw, or the bylaw of the proceedings of today, I should say, Amanda is now going to be our acting clerk, which means then our clerk is no longer going. Okay, so technically. So.
Worship, that bylaw doesn't take effect until January 1st, 2024. So I'm still the clerk up until December 31st.
Oh, that's good to know. And so I have things to get signed. And but we have a clerk and an acting clerk. So there you go. Saying that, I do want to say that as probably everybody is aware that Raylene, you're moving on to your next call in life. And I want to say that as the mayor, and I won't speak, well, I'll speak for council as well, but it's been we've been guided and blessed by your how would I say this, your wealth of knowledge and expertise as being clerk, and everything else that you have gained experience from a Zamboni driver to everything else that you're capable of been doing and will continue to learn. So I just want to thank you for all your years of service here with the municipality of Grey Highlands. I was trying to think of some stories or some things that I could, but I'll leave that to the rest of council. And was it 17 that you started with us? What's the date? June? Yeah, okay, I was going to say, so I know that I will start it off, and so again, I want to thank you for all the years and all the best for your future, and I know we'll cross paths in the years to come, and certainly Amanda will make a call. What do I do here? Maybe not, but anyway, you're not moving too far away, so thank you again for your years of service. We'll open it up for other councillors to make comments, but do you have some comments you wish to make, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor McQueen, through you to yourself and the rest of council. See, I'm gonna cry. I'm an emotional person sometimes. It doesn't happen often, but sometimes it does. It's been an amazing 6.5 years here in Grey Highlands. Even before I was in Grey Highlands, when I was with the Township of Southgate, the clerks group worked really closely. So all the Grey County municipalities were very close, and so I knew a lot about Grey Highlands before I even came here. So it feels like it's been a lot longer than 6.5 years. But I will say that it's been wonderful. It's been great. I've had the opportunity to work with some really great council members. But I will have to say that the best part about working here in Grey Highlands is the staff that I got to work with, not only the CAO, but the the SMT team has been, I don't know that I've ever worked with an SMT team that works as well together as this one does. My CLS team, and then even with when planning was added on, it just was seamless. Like we all just got along. And the rest of the municipality, how everybody works together. Like, I don't know that anybody on the outside can see how well our team works together here. And that I'm really, really going to miss. I'm really going to miss it. So thank you for everything over the years. I appreciate it. And I'm going to stop talking now.
We'll go to other councils, but just before we do that, something comes to mind. Did you mentor under Sharon Vokes? Because she was the past clerk of Grey County a few clerks back, but she was there for quite a long time.
I didn't specifically mentor under Sharon Vokes, but I would like to say that she kind of took me under her wing in the last few years before she retired. When I first became a clerk back in 2014, I didn't think I was ready, and she really did. Yeah, she really said, "You're ready, you could do this," and, you know, helped guide me through this first 6 months of an election year at that, becoming a new clerk. So yes.
She would know because she had a lot of experience. She'd been, I'm not sure at the county for how long, but she's been retired now, gosh. 6, 7 years now or something, maybe more. But yeah, other councillor members, deputy mayor?
Sure, Mayor McQueen. I will say a few words. I remember the election night in 2018 when Grey Highlands was having its my first election, and I came into the municipal office, and it was an evening thing, and Grey Highlands was doing the telephone and online voting only, and so I was pretty nervous when I came in, and Raylene greeted me at the front, and she's just like, "What's the matter with you?" I said, "I'm nervous. I'm excited. I don't know what's going on. I've never done this before." And she goes, "I don't think you have anything to worry about. I think you're done pretty well." When I got elected, like Councillor Lowe had said about how much to learn, and Councillor Wickens, how much there is to learn in the first year of being on council, it is surprising to anybody who has never been on council before what this job actually entails. And so I have spent countless times in Raylene's office asking her questions and picking her brain. And that led me to actually taking some municipal courses right now because I wanted to get better specifically so that I could debate Raylene better at the council table and be able to argue procedural bylaw and argue and debate better. So I've been privileged to be able to work with Raylene. I have a lot of respect for the knowledge and the way she carries herself as our clerk. It has given us, it's an interesting relationship with the council and the clerk because the clerk tries to keep us out of trouble while we keep trying to dig ourselves into trouble. So it's an interesting dynamic. But I am been very grateful to have the learning experience under Raylene. I think Amanda is going to be a fantastic acting clerk and very knowledgeable and experienced. As I said earlier, her having come up through the system, as you could say, like the farm leagues, right? And be trained and learn and understand and take the courses. I think Amanda's going to do a fantastic job because of the atmosphere and the presence and the knowledge that being shared from our current clerk. So I think we're in very good hands. I don't think there's gonna be a whole lot of phone calls needed to Raylene, as I think Amanda's doing a fantastic job, but I just want to say congratulations and good luck moving forward. And in about 4 or 5 months, you'll have forgotten all about us as you'll be swamped at the new place with all the procedural bylaws and all the changes and all the new staff people, and you will have completely forgotten about Grey Highlands.
Okay. Anybody else? Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Mayor McQueen, for you. Yeah, I'd just like to say it's been a privilege and a pleasure to work with Raylene and her team. She will be missed. I've relied heavily on her expertise during my terms of council, and wish you every bit of luck in your new position. I think you've left the senior management team, and you and the CAO have left the senior management team in Grey Highlands in good shape, so we will carry on. But again, thank you for your expertise. Thank you for your years of service, and good luck with your new career. Thank you. And Merry Christmas and a happy and healthy, prosperous New Year.
That's right.
Well, I know good luck is something you say to somebody that is moving on, but actually I gave Raylene a card a little while ago and I said, I am not going to say good luck because I know you will do well wherever you work, so.
Okay, any other comments? Now, there is a rail trail that goes to Orangeville. Does that mean you can take your side by side to Orangeville? Is it? Is that a yes or a no?
I'm not really sure on what the bylaws say about side by side usage on the roads within Orangeville, so we'll have to take a look at that.
Well, you can rewrite those.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. And you know what? I'm leaving you in good hands. Amanda will do wonderful things. She's ready.
Okay, any last few comments? Well, all the best and what I don't understand though, the truck won't know how to go right versus left. I guess I'll figure it out. You'll wear that you'll wear out that side of the vehicle that way going right. All right. Since there's no other comments, questions, we want, I guess I get Councilor Wickens has asked for a picture after we adjourn, so I need one more motion. Deputy Mayor, Councilor Lowhead. That we adjourn to the council adjourn until the next regular scheduled meeting or until the call of the chair. All in favor? That is carried at